We're getting too close to 10 minutes.
The true meaning of
time.
Christmas. Foos starts us and sends us live.
Yeah. That's what was intended to be spoken here, and that's what it is. Hello. We
You
are
heard it here,
back with
folks, so it's
difficult
true.
terrain. We'll let our lovely cast introduce themselves and what they do and stuff. And he just saw Planey mute himself, so we'll start with him, if you don't mind letting everyone know what who you're playing. I didn't hear you gulp. No? Okay.
I'm trying to do something.
Delicious. I'm playing Rylan. He's a Furbolg paladin doing Furbolg paladin things with his crew and his peeps. And he's gonna take a vacation here in a minute, hopefully. But until then, Vogly, tell us about your nails. Tell us about your character.
Yeah, right? No. Hey, what's up? Hey, everybody. I'm Vogly of the Vogbog. I play Nirja Zaran, the Dragonborn Battlemaster Fighter who has demons in her head. And every Sunday and Tuesday I stream, except for tomorrow because I have work tomorrow. And I do a writing stream, and I also stream video games. And right now I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3. It has been a very fun time. I'm enjoying it very much. And let's see. I'm gonna pass it off to my big brother Nanners. Nanners, go.
I'm Nanners. I play Valen. He is a cranky gith. He's trying to kill some fucking monsters, but his teammates want to hang out and chill and give the monster time to kill everybody on the fucking planet, and he thinks that's a bad idea. So anyway, there's that. He is going to go help Nirja with the demons next, though, so that's next on the docket. It should be fun. Outside of this game, I run a campaign on Fridays, allegedly. Maybe one day we'll do it again. We're getting a bit of a lurch with struggles with scheduling. But it's Pathfinder, Alkenstar, Homebrew, fun times. We're just about to case out the bank that we're going to rob, so we'll see what happens this Friday. On Wednesday, I play a completely out of anything useful artificer who has just been shoved into a mirror dimension with his emotionally generous but mentally stunted friend, and we're going to see if we can get ourselves out of there before whatever trap Foods has for us is sprung. I think that's it for all the stuff that I'm involved in. I'm going to kick it over to Joe, who looks 35 years younger than he did because he cut his beard.
That would make me negative years old.
Is that what he said?
So it said.
In any case, some of us just think that maybe that running yourself ragged because something bad might happen is a surefire way to make sure all the bad things happen, because you're never in a good position to deal with any of the bad things. Then all the bad things happen. Now you feel like they're your fault. But maybe I'm just an emotionally intelligent druid. It's okay. Speaking of, this is Kiroso, and he's emotionally intelligent and a druid. And I'm playing him. It's a good time. Fish in the desert, loving it. We're on a secret mission to go to the gardens in the dead of night by myself. It's gonna be good. But when I'm not here playing that, I'm also here on Wednesdays where I'm not out of resources because I build my characters properly and manage my stuff.
Whoa.
This is definitely not Netter's fault, but it's fun to pretend. That'll be there. And then on Friday, allegedly, we do a thing, and I'm a part of it, so I'll be excited to get back to that. And tomorrow, I will be on my channel, Microcosmic God. I play Mass Effect at noon Eastern. And right on Mass Effect 2 now, it's the whole idea is I'm going through the trilogy, RNG, every skill point, what mission, who goes on it, all the dialogue is all decided by RNG, and I'm just there to see what happens. And it's been spicy. So come check that out. It's every other Sunday. So tomorrow and then the alternates from there. And that's me and the places and stuff. And now Kit.
Hello, call me Kit. I'm playing this lady right here. Her name is Helda. She likes to wander ruins, explore, find shiny stuff. Basically, she's a overgrown little goblin is what she is. She has a touch of amnesia. She does not remember certain things in her life. Last week, she saw the brothers together, Valen and Kevin. I call him Kevin sometimes. It was a joke at first, and it got stuck in my head. It was like, okay. Yeah. But she saw them together, and she was happy and then sad, and this confused the fuck out of her. So long story short, she might be dead, and her soul might be in her bag. Oops, please.
is what she got from that. Yeah, it was a good time. Hello, I'm Foos. I am the DM for A Difficult Terrain, which we're doing now, and then Testy Mim, which is on Wednesdays. And Netters was like, hey, Wild Wild West, and I was like, Druid on Fridays. So that's more or less what we're doing. I think we should be Samurai tomorrow, unless something happens, but otherwise, tune in for that nonsense too. But yeah, we're gonna hop back in with our lovely recap, and then our inspiration handouts, and then back into the adventure. So as mentioned, in terms of, emotional intelligence and all that, the team had not only thwarted a dragon's attempt to demolish a village, but also survived it. It was a rough, intense situation, and Helda made incredible rolls all fucking fight. It was fantastic. So that being said, everyone being alive and the dragon retreating, the team ensured everything was okay in the village at the very least, that people were on their way out and that everything was what Flaney's doing. But they talked to Hasina and then headed back to the city, intent on resting and kind of figuring out what their next steps were, which was a bit of a time as everyone was sort of not yelling, but, having conversations about what should be next, whether that's the dragon, the demons, heading off certain, plans, whatever that may have been. But in general, they recognized that they had a long rest ahead of them and to tackle whatever was happening or whatever was on their agenda for tomorrow. In doing so, a little bit of downtime was afforded to the preventers, which is not common. So the Githyanki brothers were practicing a little bit more of the psionic abilities that they both share, as well as kind of discussing what the future may hold for the Gith as a race, really, between what might happen with the queen and what may happen if they have to ever approach that situation. On top of that, Helda was able to kind of watch, as mentioned, and had some kind of emotion that she couldn't quite explain, attempted to talk to the Githyanki brothers, who essentially were like, we're bad at this, and handed off to Ryland to have this conversation instead. In the meantime, Kiroso was very busy, not busy, but he was heading off a more or less lead that he had to try and see if he can find Akabia's daughter, who she mentioned was somewhere within the city. After following a squirrel into the roots and dose and getting a time in which to meet this dryad, perhaps, he went to go take a nice nap in the infinite, but noticed a very strange figure not quite making eye contact with the infinite, and no one else interacting with him at all. After a little bit of interaction and trying to sort of help him, the infinite gave him a warning, to which he came back up and was like, you know what? Let's go to lunch over here on the opposite end of the city. So bringing that person over there and having some conversation with them, suspicions and just sort of almost awkwardness, but more in the sense that there's a things are not being said between the two of them. But eventually, the strange, mysterious man left. There was an attempt to get a bird to follow him, but there was a terrible roll after a string of incredible rolls from Joe, in which that was not really salvageable. So if I remember correctly, you headed back to the Infinite afterwards and reside there currently. So the team, as mentioned, is still kind of in their downtime moment. I do believe we left off with Helda and Ryland kind of being able to have some kind of conversation. And we're going to be more or less picking up with some more downtime from the Preventers. After the long rest, Kiroso does have something that he wants to do, so we will likely be picking up with him as soon as a long rest is had. But for the rest of the team, if there are other things you want to tackle before you rest your head, you have some time to do that, whether that's still the conversations that are happening now or anything else.
I say we go on an aquatic adventure before he comes back.
I feel like you're at the disadvantage there. You guys know a water genasi and a triton, and you're like, let's go in the water without both of them.
Yeah.
Solid. Oh, gosh.
We're just whispering into the feather. Irene, if you think we should go to the left, shake once.
I just love the idea of whispering to the feather. Irene, hey. He's resting.
Not bringing the guy with easy access to water breathing as a spell is a great idea.
Yeah, like literally both of them have things to help you with, and it's just like, now we're gonna go. Okay, so All that out of the way. Congratulations, Nunners. I know you hate it, but you're back on the list, baby. You on this. And Kid, congratulations. You are also a winner of the Inspiration. So you two are the lucky owners of Inspiration tonight. And
We're getting HD Ninners breathing.
Yep.
I was getting it a little bit, but then it stopped. Or maybe I blocked it out. Who knows? Inspiration. I like that. That's very nice. Okay. So let me get you guys back to your estate, and we can pick up with Ryland and Helda, perhaps. I think you were running her through a couple, like, I don't know, like, not in meditation, but just trying to see how she's feeling. If you'd like to continue your conversation there. Where the hell is that map? There it is. Good Lord.
Where'd the map go?
Where is the map?
Where is the
Oh,
map?
over here. There we go. Okay. So.
But yeah, definitely not in the bag. Valen, he just, sometimes you gotta take what he says with a grain of salt.
Are you sure he's real? He looks really. He said he's not emotionally intelligent, but I think he's actually intelligent. You know what I mean?
How do I explain this? Someone at that his study place told me about this. It's I was doing good until I looked at the map.
I immediately sent him to the GM layer, but it was too late. Damage is done.
Well, it's like I saw someone move. I was like, all right, cool. Someone's placing themselves. Like, no, they're still going. Oh, that's good. Okay, that's Joe. He feels left out. All right,
I was supposed to be there.
No, you're not. Oh my gosh! But I guess you never moved yourself last time, so you just stayed there. Amazing. Sorry.
But yeah, Riley's just like, this is something along the lines of, sometimes you're too smart for your own good, and your theories are just overly complicatedly smart. I don't. They use a different word. I don't remember it.
Okay. So do you want to hold the bag, or?
I mean, if you want me to, is it a burden?
I think she, at that question, she paused for a second and just like look out into the distance. Like, is it? I don't think it is. Just it's precious. I think that's the word.
Oh, then you should be fine.
Here, hold it.
I mean, if it's too heavy for you, I'll carry it. I don't mind, but I don't think that's the case.
Ryland is so nice, goddamn.
True.
Unlike everyone else here. No, I'm kidding.
I would love to help you, but I'm socially dumb. Go talk to the other guy.
I'm a social idiot. If you could just go talk to that guy.
Okay.
Oh,
No,
just go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think everything will be fine for now. Just it's confusing.
I think so too. I think there's something from your past that protected you, but I don't know. Maybe you did yourself. But that dragon doesn't like you, and we'll have to take care of him.
Should I try talking to it, maybe?
No. Nope.
Maybe it knows why the brothers make me sad.
Nope. If that scar so much as tickles, I need to know about it immediately, please. Me. Not Valen. Not Nerja. Not anybody else. Me first, please.
Okay. Why?
It's your connection to that dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And if it feels weird, it's probably our only alert that danger's on the way.
No, I understand that part, but why should I tell you first?
Oh, because Valen will try to do some crazy thing and probably...
Good point. Okay.
Tell him he's wrong. Netters. With a straight face.
Let's try to get shit done.
Right, this shit done, man.
Smoke round 2. Valen's
Listen,
down.
the one time Rylan tells you don't fuck with this, you fuck with it. Not only do you not fuck with it, but you also antagonize the piece of shit that's been stealing everybody's souls. Get out.
We had a beat. We beat his ass.
we scared him away to recoup. That's all we did. Anyways,
Exactly why we should go finish him.
you just see Rylan looking off in the distance, glaring every now and then. Yes. Please let us know, even if you're unsure.
Mm-hmm. From now on, she will be very, very, very conscious of that spot. Okay.
Speaking of, that reminds me. So, you said you no longer wish to be bound with Asganeth, correct? Was there anybody
Yes.
else you maybe wanted to have by your side?
I don't know. He reminds me of something unpleasant, I guess. I don't know.
I think Riley kind of looks off and ponders for a minute. I see how you can feel that way. He's very difficult to talk out of bad things.
But yeah,
Although he probably loved that last fight.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's just, I don't think it's good to have him up here, you know?
Because you don't have him where?
Up here. In her head.
I don't understand.
In her head, she means.
You don't have him in your head right now? Now you're sad?
Okay, I'm confused, Landy. What's up?
I don't understand what you're saying.
She doesn't want to have him in her head, like.
Doesn't
yeah.
want to have him in. Okay, got it. I missed the want part. That's fair. That's fair.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He was cool with staying with the group. Like,
He's like, I could have stayed here. It's all right, but it's good to see you.
Oh, damn, you saved me.
I'm sure this guy would have beat a whole lot of ass.
All right. Well, hopefully we can get whatever that thing took from you back.
I hope so too. It's strange. Just, it's not like there's anything for me to miss, but a part of me does miss it. It's hard to explain. It's like I know I'm missing something, but I don't know. Then the frustration starts, you know?
I've noticed you've had problems with your bag.
Mhm.
I think you just forgot what you put in it at some point. Maybe that's part of what you're missing.
Maybe.
Oh, and in case I didn't say it earlier, thank you again for allowing us to use that anvil thing to upgrade our weapons.
Not a
It was
problem.
very nice of you.
Well, Balin already got me something. I think I just want you to be wearing it. Look, isn't it nice? Some kind of opal necklace, if I remember correctly.
If you like it, that is what matters. Rylan has zero idea what value that thing holds.
I think Hilda has a good idea, but to her, what matters is that it's shiny.
Which it is.
Yeah.
Oh, we have this device. It's a necklace. If something were to happen and you were to perish on the battlefield, you can be summoned within it and stabilized. Do you think that's something you'd like?
Summoned within it?
Yes. Theoretically, it'll keep you safe from bad stuff. We've never used it. I've heard it's pleasant, though.
You've heard it's pleasant? What?
Yeah. I think
Oh.
Valen has it. Irene used to have it.
Oh. That doesn't sound disagreeable, I guess. A little weird, a little scary, maybe, but I wouldn't be against it.
We could practice with it if you'd like.
Wouldn't you have to kill me for that?
No, you can go in if you wanted to, I believe. Layla!
Yeah, I imagine he's just doing katas or something with.
Yeah, you are practicing right now.
Yeah.
But you, depending on how focused you are, you might hear him down
Yeah.
the hallway.
Like super loud. Did you hear something?
No.
I'm not rolling an actual stealth check. I'm just seeing how loud, like if he's like excitedly stomping or if he's like just walking normally.
Oh, how loud he's walking. That's what you're testing right now?
Yep.
Amazing.
Yeah, my passive perception is dookie, so I'm just gonna assume he didn't
Oh, he's
hear
being
it.
loud as fuck.
Mhm.
And what's Valen's passive perception?
Oh,
God, it's
God.
at 12.
Oh,
It's higher than a 4. It can't be less. If it's a 4, that's a wild modifier. -6.
you just,
It
you
was
just hear
when you
Rylan.
reduced my or whatever
Oh.
it was. Yeah, passive
Rylan's
was
just
12.
like, come on, let's go get it. And he starts
Oh my
just
God, amazing.
charging down the hallway, forgetting that we're actually inside for a moment.
You walk really loud.
Well, you know, I'm used to a different type of wood. More like trees.
Mhm.
Not this lamolitum, planetolium. What is this? I don't remember what it's called.
You're on wood. It's wood and a carpet. It's not.
Linoleum.
I
I think is what
wanted
you're
to make
thinking
fun of
about.
the word linoleum.
I know. Oh my God.
I don't even know if it exists. Ellen! Oh, hey, you're practicing.
Yeah, that's what made me sad. I don't know why.
Yes, what?
Yeah, his form's probably pretty bad.
Probably
Maybe because he's
is.
bad at it? I'm not sure.
He's more the arcane type.
No, I got that, yeah.
Yeah.
I was removed from training at an early age. If
Watch
you
out!
must
Hmm?
know. Watch out for
Kevin
what?
looks behind himself.
I imagine they're still sparring if they are. Like he'll just randomly shout, "Watch out!" to one point, just to catch him off guard.
He did pause the second you came in, but also I want to take a second to establish what Nirja was up to, because obviously she wasn't here in the
Yeah.
last episode.
Mhm.
We have you in this room, but you don't have to be, obviously. So,
Right.
what do you think Nirja was up to in the downtime?
Well, because she was with Kemen for a while at one point, obviously they like swapped war stories, like she got to know him a little bit better and, you know, got to learn more about Githyanki culture and vice versa with Dragonborn. So right now she's just chilling, actually, because there's a pile of pillows over there. She's in her pajamas and she's watching Kemen and Valen just doing their thing and like giving suggestions, because I remember, because I just watched the episode before I came on here, so I remember like Valen not rolling incredibly high necessarily, and like them having a weird, not weird, having a difficult time like communicating with each other about what X and Y, XYZ means. So she would like to help if at all possible, like from her background. And
Ooh,
Offer
yeah,
different
unfortunately, because this is psionic, Nirja has
psionic,
no
okay.
connection to what this is, unfortunately. So,
Okay.
in that sense, you wouldn't be able to help much other than being a friendly face in the room. I will also
Okay.
mention, just from like the time you were able to speak with Kemen, if you did want to get into like Githyanki culture and even start talking about yours, I would say you probably have to roll a persuasion for that. Mostly because he's not terribly interested in sharing or hearing about the Dragonborn culture, but also like he's more interested in kind of like chatting about what you guys do as opposed to where you've already been, kind of thing.
Okay, so
if you would like, if she feels that she wants to, then that's what you need to do. But go ahead, sorry.
Sure. No, I was actually just going to say, well, because it sort of depends on where he would want to take the conversation. She obviously wouldn't like force him to talk about something that he wouldn't want to talk about. So if she realized that he wanted to go in that direction instead, especially if he told her, because he can be very like straightforward, then she wouldn't have like made him talk about that, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you still want me to roll a persuasion, or?
I think you kind of answered that question, because again, it's just like if she wants to push it and find out, that's when the persuasion comes in. But if she's just like, all right, we'll talk about this instead, then you're fine.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, she's not gonna make him do that. So she's just going to observe and sort of be present and in the moment, and just kind of inquisitively, curiously watch what's happening, because it's psionics, so it's kind of like, I do the physical thing with my brain. How do I do the physical thing with my brain? So she's sort of figuring that out at the very least, maybe making some notes and whatnot. But yeah, she's chilling. She's in her pajamas.
All right, so she's in the room as well. But
Yes.
you do see Helda, and I'm sure everyone hears Flandy or Ryland on his way down. Ain't nobody's passive perception is ass enough to not hear that. So everyone hears him stomping in, and Helda and Ryland have entered the chat.
Did you guys discover something? You seemed excited.
Yeah, I wanted to see the sleepy ball necklace thing.
The sleepy ball necklace thing. Oh, yes. Hold on.
Also, yes, he is more emotionally intelligent than you are.
We told you.
That's exactly what we said. But he'll hand it over to Rylan.
Do we have anybody who can attune to this now?
I think we're all tapped out.
It depends on who's attuned to what, I suppose. I haven't been tracking that.
Wait, hold on.
I just hear clicks. So everyone's like, what's on my person right now?
What are you thinking?
I think since that dragon doesn't like Helda, we should probably have a good backup plan. And he just like holds up the slumber. Look how cute it is.
It doesn't look like that, just for clarification.
It looks exactly like this. This is
So cute.
This is just sits right there.
That's so cute, Fusey. I'm so surprised that you do something that cute. Well done.
It is. I do cute things plenty of times.
I do cute things.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for. Thank you, Fuse. But yeah, I'm not sure what you're planning, but you trying to put someone in there?
Yeah. I mean, we need to work on your insults. But they're pretty okay. I think I have some pretty mean ones sometimes, especially when I'm fighting fiends and demons and undead. And he was very lock set on taking care of Helda here. Also, he's gonna kind of like you're absolutely able to hear this, but he's kind of like trying to like talk to Valen directly. He's like, she's absolutely not in the bag. No, stop telling her that.
There's a non-zero chance that that's the case. I didn't say it was high. It's probably low single digit, if not lower.
Stop it.
But there's a chance.
You could also say that for Treebender killing us.
Do you want to
Non-zero
practice
chance.
regular fighting and psionic fighting at the same time?
We're done training until you guys leave. We know better than to delve into that kind of thing with these kinds of people in the room. Anyway, you...
What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean, you people? You, No, I mean, look what happened in Urza.
Excuse me?
We have... Now, obviously, Helda's a different case, but we have direct evidence of something that had happened similar to that. Now, what
Riley's
saved
gonna pick
Nerja?
up a rock out of his pocket and just flick it at Valen.
Why?
A little pebble.
No one questions the fact that Ryland has a pebble in his pocket. That's normal.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely normal.
Yeah, we are. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just to recap, we want to ignore evidence that this may be a possibility. Is that what you're saying?
For now.
With the consequence being potential immediate death.
Well, I doubt anybody doctored a bag in a similar way to Mithril Majesty. Kelrin was saying that he had several different experts create this thing. I doubt that that's what happened to Helda's bag.
Nerja, as I have learned over my years, and quite frankly, the mere existence of Ryland's magic is that it is an energy source that can take forms, and that many people from different types and styles can approach it and interact with it in ways that they may not understand.
The bag?
I don't know what that bag is. I've never heard of a bag that does what Helda's bag does.
But, we also have
Is
never
it-
heard of a song that does what Brophy's song does. So it's just
Agreed.
kind of like,
Right.
Does it
but
look
was
like a normal bag of holding, or does it physically look different?
It does physically look different. If you want, you can do an investigation, see if you can notice it. And part of this is because
it also could have been just damaged.
part of it is because you've seen bags of holding, excuse me. So you at least have something to compare it to.
Do I have a furball magic? I'll burn that bitch too. Let's go. No, I don't. Damn it. Wait, we got a short rest, didn't we? Is that a short rest or long rest? Yeah, that's short
You guys
rest.
got a short rest in before.
I should have that back. I didn't add that back. I'm adding it back
Did you
now.
use it
There you
after?
go. All right.
You didn't use it after, right?
I'm going to use the
No.
Flandy. I should have that back technique on some of my spell slots.
Oh god. It has a tiny fedora. Oh no.
I didn't hit the. I think it's because I was so worried about getting our hit points back that I didn't hit the short rest button. I was just like, heal.
I don't think it does. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear you. That was the focus. Makes sense.
I think with that, like, I've never seen that bag before. He's like, actually, I just made an assumption and I didn't do any. Excuse me. He's gonna
Take a look.
use
Yeah.
his furball magic and try to see. I don't know if this is gonna help at all, but he go.
So you're using
pulls out
detect
the pair.
magic?
Oh Jesus! Yes.
The same roll.
So, Ryland, as you look over this bag, the thing that is just unmistakable is the design is a little different. Like, it's not a one-to-one for the most part. Obviously people who craft these magic items might put their own spin on it. It might look a little bit different. But in general, like, even the size and the shape is a little different too. Other than that, looks like a bag.
You bag, my man.
Pulled his out to compare the two. Does any magic feel different between the two of them?
No.
Okay. See, well, it does look different, but it's the same magic. I think she just forgot all the things she put in there.
Yeah, I feel like that's more probable.
But there is some recollection there because you have to think about the item in order to retrieve it from a magical bag of holding. So I think it's in their scar. That's what it is. Yeah. Don't
Her
touch it.
soul is in her scar, is what you're saying.
No, the memories.
Wait,
Bless
the,
you.
the memories are in the bag, or where are they?
Okay, so as much as I love a good cockamamie thought process here, I think we could leave it at that. Helda,
Mhm.
I will say statistically, I don't think you're going to die if it leaves. It's a very, very low % chance. The hesitation comes. If it does happen, you could die. So, just
Do you want to try holding it?
no.
Okay.
Why are you so flippant with your own life? All right.
I think she's
Anyway.
just trying to indulge your scientific process there.
That's great, and I'd appreciate it if the stake. If you got like a migraine or something, then we could talk about that. But physical harm to sentient creatures is generally frowned upon, unless.
Also, I've seen Nerja not have her glaive for quite some time, and she'd die. She just was a little strange.
Yeah, the dead people were not happy. They're still really mad at me. But I did not die. That is true. I wonder. Actually, Rylan, that gives me an idea. What if?
I feel like Rylan's like not in front of the wizard.
Never mind. I had a thought.
It's totally fun. It's not like.
No, but she's gonna like interpret it 100% like you're serious, like she does.
I also imagine Valen's looking right at her while she's doing it.
I want to be clear that this isn't like if X happens, then Y happens immediately. This is a transition. It is a sifting of your soul away from your body, which has been maintained magically, and to a point in which you will die.
If you're
thankfully,
correct.
obviously, that has not happened. And if there's something similar was to happen with Helda, then yes, Helda could leave her bag somewhere and pick it up within a certain amount of time, and she wouldn't instantly fall dead if it's following the same rules.
Yeah.
That said, given that we would prefer both of you to be alive, I'm going to refrain from doing any experiments, thought or otherwise, regarding this until we get more information.
All right.
Are you capable of not doing a thought experiment?
Honestly, I've already run all the thought experiments I can on that right now without actually getting physical data. I'm at a standstill.
I feel like Rylan has like an exact memory of every time that Valen's had this happen before, and there's only like one occasion.
Speaking of things, we do need to get into Nerja's head at some point. So,
didn't you?
Oh, yeah, we have an appointment for you.
Oh,
that's what I
an
meant to bring up.
appointment with whom?
Severe.
Oh, okay.
Osteoporosis.
Okay, so we're really going for the last one, huh?
There's no telling how many have hopped in since. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another two.
There's no telling how chock full of demons your head is.
She just kind of sighs and she's like, "Yeah, he's not wrong, technically correct." Okay. Yeah. When?
Exposition time here.
Okay.
It was like early afternoon, I think, or yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you got it.
So we'll get
or mid-afternoon. Oh.
So we gotta rest up for that. Prep for that. We already sort of prepped.
I also need my mace, and
Yeah.
I need to make sure I get the last hit on it, or some. Well, I guess it would have to be because you can't just grab it and hit it.
You need the last hit on it.
I wonder if I'm like asleep, if you could just pick up my wrist and boink.
I could. I mean, in the last fight, there was I passed off the baton to you, as it were, during that fight, and you really hit that dragon hard. That was fucking awesome.
So hard. Oh, also, Valen.
Yes.
Unicorn Lady. He's like really whispering now. He's like, Unicorn Lady really didn't like the candle either, so I don't think we're getting another one.
We have to have a talk about when you use evil artifacts, who you decide to show them to, because you're a little brazen with the kings with that, which had we not been in the position that we were in, I'm sure would have led to an investigation as to what we do in our downtime. And
I mean, we don't do anything bad.
Well, Rylan, did you know how evil it was?
I had an idea.
yeah, she's not gonna like that kind of thing. That they're at odds.
She was very proud that I was using it for good, though.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
You got some good talking time with your goddess?
Yeah, she was here.
She was here.
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna need you to not use the very last element of that thing when you use it.
What?
When you use your candle, stop it before it fully extinguishes.
In meta terms, that's we're at that point now.
So you cannot use it again.
I can use it one more time.
No, you can't. You can, but you will deal with consequences neither of us want to deal with.
There are consequences.
I don't think Rylan understands that part. So he's just like,
All right.
I,
So the kings inferred that there's some resident, either there's an element of a summoning ritual in that particular candle. If you were to finish using the entirety of the candle, which is likely what it would have been used for in said ritual, there is a chance we may summon, partially summon, become a beacon for who knows what, some level of Merkle evil, which, if we're in the middle of fighting a bone dragon, is probably not what we want.
Merkle? That sounds like a word in my language. That never mind. So okay. So it basically summons.
I don't know
bad
what it
things.
summons, and I mean, honestly, I do kind of wonder what it is, but we're not in a position to add to our tally of enemies. So, as much as you like said candle, I would humbly ask you to not use it.
I thought you said that only happened like the very first time that we used it. It could do that.
Now, the kings seemed to be pretty sure something bad would happen if we complete that.
I mean, they know.
And they have a little bit more experience than I do with these things.
Well, if we need
Well-
to do some sparring practice, then we can break out the candle. You know what I mean?
I was thinking something a little more comical, whereas if you begin to burn it before it actually ends, you go stick it on somebody and see what happens. But
Oh,
This is now your problem.
that actually is a better idea. We could stick it on the Bobart bitch. I
Yeah,
actually had an idea.
I mean, it could work. The problem is he's a very elusive person and could just teleport where the hell he wants. And I imagine he would choose to leave the demonic candle thing behind. So,
Yeah. Oh, that would have been great if we stuck it to him.
and anyway, that's just a theory. It's a very light one. I have no idea how the magic works. And without further investigation of that, I can't.
Do you think Kurugu could figure that out?
I do not want to endanger Kurugu any more than we do casually.
Well, I also think it's more of a divine thing than it is a arcane thing.
Aren't they?
No,
They're
he's
not
not wrong.
similar.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's definitely from a divine element of it.
I
That
have not
being,
studied nearly as much as Phelan to do all the stuff that I can do.
Oh,
I
okay.
just see a little bit of a beaming, like proud Rylan the corner.
Oh,
but yes, we need to figure out. Don't use that. And what have we?
Well,
That's dangerous.
I will say that is going to make my role in the next fight much less than what it was this time.
okay.
Meta terms, Netters definitely wants to go on the Merkle World Tour.
That is still the funniest thing in the world to me. What if we just
Pitch every
fucking-
temple we could find for candles.
Can I be using this? No? Alright, thank you.
I just picture Rylan running out with just an armful of candles, like just bouncing up.
Yeah.
So you just run in and go, this one's almost done. We'll be faster ritual. I'm taking this one. Bye.
That being said, you know where this is going.
Huh?
Are you
No,
gonna
we
try
don't.
and see if you
Shit.
have one in your bag?
Can she check for a candle?
Oh, yes, go
Okay.
go for it. Just D100. We don't need the D20 because you're already reaching for something that is no list.
Ooh.
Alrighty. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. You reach in, and initially you're like feeling a little confident for a second because you grab something that is kind of slim and long, and it kind of fits in your hand. Interesting. As you pull it out, you you realize it's a pen of some kind, but it does have intricate details on it. It's not even a quill. It's like an actual pen of some kind. It looks like it's almost like a pencil, but it is, got a bunch of people with that one, metallic in nature and seemingly inscribed with some, perhaps magical aspects of it.
Okay.
That's cool.
As everyone's watching Helda look over this, all of you are watching as ink is starting to just run down her palm and down her arm.
Helda,
I see it. Okay.
Okay.
Valen, can you read this? What does it say?
Dripping.
What does it say on there? I'm sorry.
Can you read it? I'm assuming it's not Elvish, is it?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't seem to be.
Hold on. What other bullshit do I speak? Let me see.
It doesn't look like necessarily a language. It looks more like some magical properties that have been imbued into this.
Mm-hmm.
Could he attempt to read the runes and just figure out?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check if you'd like to give that a shot.
Arcana.
Where is me? There is me.
I'm really glad we're not in the plant room right now.
Yay!
You're able to read over it, and it seems to be kind of almost written in some kind of code that you're noticing as the ink is kind of pouring out and like onto Helda's arm and such, that it isn't, it's more or less the runes and such, the inscriptions that are on it. But it reads, "The never-ending ink pen. May it stay in you forever."
Valen can use that.
The never-ending ink pen. Could you put that back in your bag, please?
I wouldn't regular. I mean, if it's never ending, how much ink is in your bag?
I don't know.
I feel like we could play a really great drinking game with this. Like, however close we get to guessing whatever item comes out of Helda's bag, this would be great.
I mean, you have two options. You could put it in your bag, or you can put it in a jar, and then we could sell the ink, which ink is like, what?
Good idea.
A bunch of gold per thing. We could become billionaires. But what you need to do is not drip it all over our floor, please.
Okay. All right. So can you get me something to put it in?
Can you turn it off? Is my magic detect magic still on?
Does this look like a place that has jars? Go to the kitchen.
Okay.
You can recognize that there's conjuration magic on it, which for Ryland is. Give me an Arcana check for you two and see if you can put the pieces together. I feel like you should know, but he's not versed in it, so that's why I'm like, all right, give me a roll.
You can do it.
Here's another 3. Oh, a little bit better.
Okay. It is conjuration, which at the very least I think Ryland would pick up that it's clearly not ink coming from the pen. So that's more or less the only information you get from that.
I think she's conjuring it, Valen. It's conjuration magic.
Yes, the ink is being conjured into the pen to make it never-ending.
And I would say, Valen, with your Arcana and you knowing what he just told you, it is likely conjuration in the sense of this is an endless amount of ink, and it will likely never stop.
Yes, hence the
Whatever
term
it's pulling
endless.
from. Yeah.
Yes. So you can put it in a jar, and we'll have to change it out or sell it or do whatever. But I'd suggest just put it in the bag, and then we'll figure it out.
There has to be a deactivation word, right? Like, don't
But
you?
what if my soul and or memories are in there?
That's
Well,
true.
then it should go back in the bag, right?
The souls, as far as I understand, are ethereal, so they shouldn't
Hey,
be...
put it in the bag and try to recall it. Like, try to pull it out. Like,
Ooh.
30 seconds after you put it in there. See if you're, now that you have the memory of it, you can pull it back out.
That's a great idea, Ryland.
Okay.
Also, I don't know how this thing works, but like that was in there before. So why are we worried about putting it back in the place where she had it originally?
I know, that's why I think there's a lot of ink in there.
So
Okay.
that's usually a pocket dimension, but it's pulling from different things.
There's
Which
a pocket
means-
dimension just full of ink.
There's a pocket dimension somewhere that is just filled to the brim with ink.
Oh god, there's something I know about her that makes it really funny to me. But okay.
wizard is like, all right, bag of holding. It's just like,
God.
Okay. Helda likes this idea. She's gonna put the pen back. She would like to keep it. It looks shiny and it seems cool. They could get some more shiny things with the ink, but okay, let's give it a try. Puts the pen back in.
All right, now wait for a couple seconds. Picture that pen in your mind. If you can remember the color, the shape of it, the fact that it is continuously dripping ink, and just put your hand in, think about that, and pull it out.
Yeah, she's going to call upon her many years of training with meditation to like picture this thing as perfectly as she can in her mind, and just she's going to reach back in and see if she can get this thing.
D20.
Oh, God damn it.
You did this to yourself.
Betty!
merciless food.
Yes.
D100.
Who's face? Okay.
The first thing you kind of pull out seems to be kind of leathery initially, and you can feel a little bit of stitching in it, but it also feels kind of small and handheld. You immediately realize this is not the pen. But as you pull it out a little bit further, you start noticing, oh, this is a watch. And then as you're looking at it, the center of it is absolutely smashed. The glass is smashed. The hands of the clock are kind of bent and out of shape. It does not work at all. But you found a wristwatch of some kind.
Oh. Ben, can you fix this?
That's close. That has one.
Mending, I can maybe fix the glass, the hands.
No,
is there any magic on it?
I didn't mean magically. Can you fix it?
That's what. Oh God, just give it to me.
Is there anything with detect magic on it?
No, it does not seem magical at all.
Valen will spend the next 2 to 3 minutes, because I imagine there's different materials that are broken in here. Casting mend just to see if he could fix it. Yeah.
All right. You slowly watch as some of the gears and the hands of the clock start bending themselves back into position. Some of them kind of heal, but like you can recognize they're not kind of clicking back into the space it should be in. Rather, it's more like you're healing the individual pieces and it's not kind of placing itself back into the puzzle again. The glass shards, you're missing a few, so you heal a decent amount of it, but there's still like a few pockets where there's just like glass missing. But you wonder if some of the rest of the pieces might be floating around in that bag, but you've healed it as much as it can be healed.
It might take some reassembly and probably a new watch face, but this is as good as you're going to get from me.
Oh, thank you. You want it?
No, thank you. Machines are fascinating, but I prefer magic.
Okay.
Okay.
We
So
should get.
they told me at the wizard place that the method of science takes 3, so that's 1 strike for it. You just didn't remember it. We'll have to try that again later.
Okay.
Best not to do it all at once.
Okay.
We should probably go get a mop.
A mop?
Hell
Oh,
prestidigitation the ink off of everything and whatever it hit, just to clean. Yeah.
Get it out of there. Mm-hmm.
Please, can we just have a chaos roll to see how much ink got everywhere?
I mean, that is based on whatever Kit rolls. Kit was like, I'd like a chaos bag. And I was like, if you're subscribing to this, then buckle up, buddy. So, here we are. But is there anything else you guys would like to do before you take your rest? If there is, I might just pause here, so we'll kind of do a time skip
Before we
little
take
bit.
a rest?
Yes.
All right. If
There
everyone's
might be,
going to,
so... Go ahead,
yeah. If everyone's taking a rest, Valen will go to the scrying room.
Okay. I'll we'll more or less put a pin in things people want to do then. So I'm going to kind of pause this here. Okay.
Sure.
How many attunements does Kevin have?
Kevin has 2? 2. Hold on. Let me grab... Nope, he's not... he's not those. Where the fuck? There he is.
Should be the weapon.
No, it's just one. It's
Maybe
just
the
the
ring?
weapon. His armor is. Oh no, the ring isn't either. His weapon, and that's it. The armor is just a +1, and then the ring is non-attunable. Attunement. No. I'm sorry. It is attunement based. So he has 2. I
Okay.
apologize.
I don't know if he like how that would come up, but he's like, well, would you mind assisting? You both need to attune to the necklace, and if something happens to Helda, she would appear in the necklace, and you're probably one of the safest bets to have on.
Oh, so I'm holding the necklace?
If you're comfortable with that.
Sure. If it helps.
All right.
All right. Let's sit down, I guess, and focus on this thing.
So how will I appear in the necklace? Like physically, mentally, spiritually?
Oh, we're gonna have to wait at least 2 hours because you have to. Otherwise, you have to attune to it. He has to attune to it. You don't. It doesn't take one of your.
You do it. They do it at the same time.
I see.
Oh, okay.
So it's just 1 hour for the 2 of them to just focus on it. But
Take
yes,
that.
it doesn't take an attunement slot for Helda. You're just the default person to get sucked in.
Okay.
And there can only be one person in there at a time. So if someone sit there and Helda gets sucked in, the other person gets ejected out.
Kit, not Helda.
Time.
Kit also has many questions. Okay.
Yep. So we'll say that the 2 you were focusing on that for a second. Also, I drank so much tea and then a little bit of water, so I gotta run to the bathroom real fast.
Okay.
But I think I'll be right back. You guys.
We'll chit chat.
Okay.
We're gonna continue to talk about how Joe's not here and how much we are dreading that he's not
So
here.
where do you
with
think our
us.
waterlogged druid is now? You think he's just doing laps
about-
in the Olympic? In,
I
like,
hope he's off on a romantic adventure.
That's a
on
very
the infinite
cute
or
one.
around it? You think?
Whichever he prefers. I imagine it's in the infinite.
Well,
Right.
that's why Oryx came back, right? He couldn't follow.
Maybe he had a date and he just had to go.
That's nice. I'm glad he has a
It's a
person.
nice time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only he
Good
had
for
a bird with him that he could use to follow someone.
Well, I mean, do you want to send Oryx back, Valen?
No, I'd rather keep Oryx with me now. I don't want to spy on him. His personal life is his to enjoy.
But weren't we doing that just to make sure he's okay?
I mean, roughly, but he was okay at that point. And he was in water, and that's his element. I think he'll be fine.
God, dude, I'm drowning.
Meanwhile, cavorting with demons.
Oh, speaking of, Helda said she does not wish to carry Asganeth.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
So I could take him back if need be, or if anybody else would like to hang out with Asganeth. He likes smashing things, and he
Kevin,
can be a little
maybe?
persuasive.
Oh, that's
Be a lot-
true.
A lot of
Wait.
noise for poor Kevin, but if you're up to it, he'll boost your strength.
I think my strength's pretty good right now, but if you think it'll be whatever, that's fine.
It's a lot of mental
have to-
noise, though.
Be able to tell him no. Sometimes.
You know, I've held on to one of those before.
Not this one. Asganeth's a little different.
All right.
Try it out. See if you like it.
Okay. Isn't he in isn't he heal or resting up as well with the others?
Yeah, they're all resting.
right now. Yeah.
I don't think he
Uh,
needed it though, right? He's just like, fine, if you're not smashing anything, I'll take a nap.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't use. He wasn't used too much, so he's in pretty decent shape. But if you wanted to reach for him, you could. But
I
either
think
way,
that's the only other thing I'd wanted us to do for sure before he took a nap.
to address. Okay, no worries. But from here, we're gonna put a pause on you guys in the estate. We're gonna do a bit of a time skip just because I have a feeling that poor Joe will be here the whole time while we're doing all this nonsense, and then we'll be like, "Now everyone, it's his turn." 4 hours
That's
later.
what he gets for just splitting the party.
So he's
Difference
gonna
is I'm
be.
capable of playing D&D not in real time, so y'all don't have to wait as long on me.
They haven't had a chance to sit down and chat in so
No,
long.
it's all good. I'm enjoying listening.
But we're gonna have a bit of a Kiroso's in the future, as you are able to complete your long rest within the infinite, and head to whatever you'd like to. Because you started your long rest early, like very early, you will wake up in the very like wee hours of the morning, essentially. But knowing that you more or less have a time to meet, you can just head on over when it's around that time.
That's what I'll do.
All right. And as you do, as you're used to the city, the mornings are a little bit more quiet, but as the sun begins to rise, the bustle starts to return and you start to hear everyone out in the streets again, friendly faces waving hello as you make your way over to the nearly opposite end of the city, which is a nice walk in the morning. But you head over to the garden that is there, essentially one of the more lush parks with the, as you finally confirmed, hybridized plants within the area as well. But at this hour, it's pretty quiet, and perhaps that was partially the intention here. But most people are getting about their day, not necessarily resting or relaxing here just yet. A few people walking by, but otherwise pretty quiet. It doesn't take very long for you to recognize Selim from the distance, the halfling owner of the Roots and Dose who told you to meet her there. But with her curls stuffed full of flowers that you saw within her space, in her shop, you see her kind of make eye contact with you from a bit of a distance away and then just kind of wave you over.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. Hope you slept well. Can I ask again how you know what you know again? I know you said you know the just a little more details if you don't mind.
Well, I'm seeking this person on behalf of her mother. That is truly, well, I say all of it. It is most of it. Her mother is in an awkward position and cannot communicate, and there has been a gap. I do not know how that has been handled on the other end, but her mother is worried.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what you said before, but I guess it is kind of weird that, like you're in here and she's not.
Again, she's not able to come. I hope to arrange a meeting. It would be better if I could explain directly. Unless I am, her mother said she would wear a different form, likely.
Oh, no. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Oh.
You see her kind of chuckle at your insinuation for a moment and then like look off to in some vague direction. You are covered in foliage, and where she kind of called you over to is more or less ensconced in bushes and just very tall foliage, which makes it a little bit harder for anyone else to kind of witness you guys chatting here. But the sun still kind of breaks through a little bit of the canopy here, warming the two of you as she kind of deliberates and looks around. Well, if you wait a few seconds, and she'll be here. She seems to be kind of studying you intently as you continue to wait. But you're here for another few minutes, in which Selim kind of nervously makes conversation with you about some of the plants that are in the area, as well as
I
what
was going to talk to her about stuff she has in her shop and stuff here. And
yeah.
what she's doing.
She's very happy to talk about something else, and you kind of see her usual like lively behavior return once you're talking about something else. But a few moments later, you hear kind of a soft rustling from behind one of the larger trees that you were able to recognize was kind of the hybrid of the space. Far more bushy than any of the usual kind of palm style trees that are here, but it's a bushy tree. But about 35 or so feet away, a little bit further off, you watch as a cloaked figure kind of makes their way from around the back half of the tree, turning to face the two of you and stepping a little bit closer. With the cloak in place and the hood above, or put on essentially, most of the features are kind of hidden, but from the distance you can recognize what seems to be kind of slightly darker skin, humanoid features of some kind, but mostly otherwise cloaked. But as they get closer, you are able to recognize it does seem feminine as well. And eventually the figure kind of stops right beside Salim, who looks up and gives a slightly nervous smile, and then, it's her. To which you see the woman kind of nod in your direction and finally speak. So you said you had contact with my mother?
Yes, I have, and she asked me to look for you to make sure you are okay. I am Kiroso Menverland. May I ask your name?
I go by a few things.
It is why I did not want to use your name up to this point. She gave me your name, but I do not know if it is the name you are using.
You may call me Sira.
I have a feeling it is unlikely there has been a mix-up. If you are open to it, I would confirm your true name to make sure I have the right person. But if you would not wish it spoken aloud, I do not need to do this.
It's a very unusual name, so I'm assuming that's part of the reason you understand its importance. The problem, I suppose, is whatever you are mentioning, especially in reference to my mom, I'm not sure I'm terribly interested, and therefore not terribly interested in proving myself to you.
You would not wish to speak with her?
Not particularly.
From what I understand, you used to write, or communicate in some form.
Yeah. At some point.
You would not wish to do so again.
Persuasion. Ooh. Going down. You see her brows furrow, and she almost kind of body language steps back for a second. Not really. And I don't know if... I'm not sure why you're here. I'm not sure if that is her doing or your genuine interest in whatever is going on, but I don't want...
need to know what is going on. I simply have met your mother and asked if I could do anything to help, and she asked about you. May I ask, is this hesitance to communicate because she stopped answering?
It has something to do with that. The fact that you're likely a man out of your mind and don't know what you're saying is also a reason why I'm concerned.
Well, I am happy to prove that it is otherwise, if there is such a way to do so. I will tell you only this. I do not know the full circumstance of how she arrived in her predicament. Your mother is not free to do as she wishes. She is trapped within a gemstone. I am unfamiliar with how. I have not brought it up. It does not seem pleasant for her to talk about. The Preventers, I do not know if you are familiar, but they do what they can to help. There are several such entities trapped in various gemstones, and they have tried to find a way to restore them with no success so far. But the point is, when in contact with this stone, you can communicate with the being inside. I've spoken to your mother, and she has not been able to communicate because she is not able to talk to anyone or do anything outside of this stone. I would have brought it with me, but every so often it needs to be rejuvenated, and it is doing so now. I am happy to return with the stone, or if you would feel comfortable coming to where the preventers are, you could speak with her that way. But she did not willingly abandon you.
Persuasion.
I mean, come on.
Oh my God.
I got a +10. I'm trying.
652. But you see an array of
I was about to.
Back up to a 16.
16. Netters is inspiration out there. I thought it was a D4, and I was like, "That's good for you, Netters." And then I saw it's a D20.
Oh no, that's
Very sorry.
me too.
But you watch a flurry of emotions kind of take over her expression as she listens to you. I think in general, what is your insight again? Your passive insight? What would that be?
Passive insight would be 20.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Just double checking.
Ooh.
But mostly the thing you kind of recognize here is just incredulous stare that doesn't. It feels as though your story is too complicated, almost as if it's. She seems to believe it's made up in some way and doesn't seem to be willing to latch on to any of the words that you're saying. But as she continues listening to you, there's kind of a long pause after you say everything you've said. Well, it is hard not to know where the preventers are most of the time.
What do you mean?
So maybe if I get curious enough, I can take a look.
I hope that you do. I told her I would seek for you, and I can tell her that I found you. That is not the most pleasant news to hear this residence, but I will not lie to her. For what it is worth, she misses you and was concerned.
You can tell her I'm fine. If she's there.
It is easily proven should you wish to do so. I hope you do.
You know you can't tell if you're charmed, right?
I am not easily charmed. Not magically.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Flirt action going on there.
If this is honest, then I think I appreciate your effort.
Well, for what, again, you suspect magic at play, but it is genuine, and I do hope both of you find whatever it is you need in life and are looking for, and I'm happy to help you as I am to help her. I do not have an easy way to prove that I am not magically compelled, but...
You usually can't.
I'm happy to sit and wait for such a spell to have expired.
Oh, you must not know much about us then.
Enough to
If
know that
she-
I am not under anything, but it's, again, hard to prove.
If you were charmed, it lasts years. So, if you just met her, who knows?
For what it's worth, I do have years.
So does she.
You also have a wizard.
You're not here.
You also know that their schedule is very big.
She's gonna drop by when we're trying to drop kick some demons. Might not be there.
I was hoping she'd come fucking today.
She
Then I rolled
but
less
God.
than 6 and under the whole time.
Spin all those rolls flirting with your boy.
I rolled terribly with that guy. I rolled great tracking her down.
All right. If that's all.
It is. Clearly, you do not want to be disturbed. I will leave you, and I do hope you consider it. I think it would be good for you both.
Thanks.
Fucking, I guess I'll leave.
As you leave, you see Salim kind of.
You're doing.
Yeah. Nanners, I don't know what you're doing, but it's very loud. Slow. I was wondering what that was.
I was,
Oh my God.
I was like, all right, he's almost done. Nope, he's still flipping pay. All right, I gotta say something.
Nanners, you're being rude. Now we heard all of that cough. Fantastic. This is just incredible. But as you are turning
for
to
the nearly hour y'all were talking.
He was very quiet. But as you are turning to leave, you do see Salim kind of give you a sort of like nervous, kind of a wince as you go, and like a soft wave before they both turn around as well. But you are able to leave and do whatever you'd like.
Because going back, as far as I know, they also just need a long rest in the magic pots of get more magic. And now I have some awkward news to deliver.
But yeah, so you're essentially heading back to the estate, right? All right, cool. So we'll have that. Wow, that was a rash of bad rolls, not only from both of our low roller boys. Bad time. But you will head back, and since you're in the future, we will handle the rest of whatever the preventers might want to get done.
Just saying, after that baller speech, most people would have given me advantage.
That was a good speech.
I was gonna, but your previous rolls were ass. So it's like, you're already on slippery footing, dude. Like, she was not happy to hear whatever else you had to say. So that was unfortunate.
Before we go to sleep, Ryland's gonna go find that square with all these weird plants, and he's gonna take all of them for his own well-being. So there's gonna be no plants in there by the time Gross comes back.
Not a single plant. Oh my God. Anywho, I know Valen wanted something to do something, but I'll go through each one of you just in case. Kit, anything Helda needed to do before her long rest?
She's gonna keep trying to test the Ryland theory about the bag.
Oh my God, we're gonna be rolling all night. I will give you 2 more rolls, and then we'll just say that is
okay.
where we'll end. So go ahead and give me 2.
And he did say 3 times if the thing you look for in science. So okay.
That's part of the reason I said 2. Yeah. So you already did it once. So here are the other 2. Give me 2 d20s.
Mm-hmm.
Keep my theory alive, Kit. Let's go.
2 d20. Let's go.
Theory alive.
11 out of 10. Goddamn.
2 d100s.
2 d100s. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
2 d100.
I mean, I'd have killed for a 10 or no.
Wow.
Yeah, all right. Mm-hmm. And a 44. Okay, so I'm going to do an order of the numbers you rolled, which is the 93. Where are you when you're doing this?
If everyone is just going off to rest at this point, I think she'd be in the room that she was given.
Okay, cool. So no one's around to hear when you pull out a dead body from your bag of holding that crumples onto the floor and looks
Body bag of holding 2.0. Freshly dead?
Freshly dead, like not room temperature yet, still kind of warm, super dead human male in armor that you have pulled out from your bag.
Does she reckon? Okay, I'll put it this way, Foos. If she pulls out a dead body from her bag, she's not pulling anything else out at that point.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so we'll ignore the 44 and just say that you pull out a dead body. Now there's a dead body in your room. I will just say at a glance, there's nothing recognizable about this man.
Okay.
He seems to, well, I mean, he was pale in life and is pale now because dead. Short black hair from what you can see. And the armor does not look like any sort of armor that you've seen in the city here of Kamatha Kimane, or back with your, well, what fragmented memories you have.
Okay. Have not seen this guy, do not know this guy. He was in my bag.
Yep.
Have you guys ever seen that scene from one of the newer Men in Black movies? Where Will Smith's character is just like, "Kay, Kay."
I think he does that every movie. But yeah.
She'd just be looking like this, like, Ryland, Ryland.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you come in here, please?
Okay. Hold on.
I don't even know if anyone's room was close enough to hear the body thud. That's why I was like, where are you? Because depending on where you are, they might hear a thud as you pull out a grown-ass man. But, yeah.
Shit. I don't know. Do I have Spare the Dying ready?
Okay, so
I don't think I do.
this man coming in. What the fuck?
The spell is spare the dying, not spare the dead.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's a Christian dead.
But Nanners isn't there to see it, so. Or Valen.
I don't know what room you are in, so can you please put yourself in your room? And
Yeah,
I
please
will-
move yourselves to the rooms that you'd be in doing your nighttime rituals or whatever that may be.
I think it was the one that was straight across from here. Or, I don't know, it's the one in the corner. I think.
Okay.
Okay, wherever you are, right level show.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
he'll knock.
Knock!
Very
This is definitely
respectful.
coming with.
Can you come in here, please, Rook? I pulled this out of the bag.
I'm not gonna get lathered in ink, am I?
No, just get in here.
Okay. Open the door.
You see Helda
Oh.
and a dead body.
You see him just like grabbing him by the leg, trying to like pull him towards. Depending on how heavy this guy is, anyway.
Did
He's
you
kind
know-
of heavy mostly because of the armor.
How the armor go, yeah.
Otherwise, yeah.
Did you know Valen in your past? Valen! Actually, Valen.
Valen's
He's in the scrying room. He might not be able to hear you guys.
The earrings of communications.
oh, through the, yes, then
Oh.
through that.
That's why I was like, wait, he's not yelling. Valen.
Okay. Oh.
We have a situation in Helda's room.
Valen is mid-cast, so when he goes through a spell, like you hear the beat, like part of it, the incantation of a spell, and then he frustratedly cuts it off. What happened?
Wait, you can talk to him?
Yes.
David! Get
she
over
seems
here!
to have taken after you and has apparently pulled a body out of this. But hold on, and can you do a medicine check to see like if this thing is even like how freshly dead it is? I guess.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a
Viable.
medicine check.
I think it's the because this is going to determine whether or not he's going to ask him to bring a gem. Oh, okay. Phew.
Ooh, wow, nice. Pretty freshly dead in the sense that certainly less than 10 minutes dead.
And can you bring Zalzir, please? I'm gonna need some of his magical prowess.
Zalzir, he's in the. All right, fine.
Wait, do you know Revivify?
Good question, because that was during his no more necromancy thing, but he's kind of rolled that back. Let me see. Where is?
It's
Because
kind
he
of
has no
rolled.
more Kadrono.
I know that was who I was gonna call
He
instead.
does know. He does know Revivify. It's not prepared though.
Okay, yes. Then please bring Zalzir. Will you ask him if he's available to share his magic with me, please?
You also know Revivify is within a minute, so you've already passed that time.
I thought it was 10.
It's one.
No, it's 1 minute.
Which one am I thinking of?
I don't know. I don't think any res is within 10 minutes. It's 1 minute, and then the next jump.
The next one's
Oh, maybe
raised
pretty
dead.
big.
Yeah.
I think I'm thinking 10 rounds. Is that it? That's 4
10
Yeah,
rounds
it's
is
10
a,
rounds.
is a
My
minute,
bad.
correct.
Yep,
Yes.
that's 100%. Yep. Well, in that case, he'll just be like,
Did you kill someone in the 5 minutes I haven't seen you?
No.
I didn't.
I
Hell
did.
does know.
Okay. This seems...
This
So Helda killed somebody in the last 5
body,
minutes. Was there someone in
I
her home?
would estimate 8 minutes. It was in the bag.
She pulled a body out of the bag.
Just get over here so I can show you.
God, all right.
Uh,
Valen's gonna hobble as fast as he can over
I was
there.
coming along with you because he was with
Yeah.
you in the room.
Alex
was
will
like,
go away.
"Hey,
Yeah.
I feel like as you guys are heading over, if you're just still in the pillows, Kevin's gonna pop his head in and be like, Helda found a dead body. And then just leave.
What? And she gets up, like she puts the snuggle beast down, and she gets up. She's still like clothed in pajamas, and she's like running with Mithril Majesty, just trying to find people.
Pajamas and glaive ready.
100%.
are there any identifiable features on this fine gentleman?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
I said, are there any identifiable features on this fine gentleman, according to Ryland?
Investigation for you.
Does he have any tattoos? Is he tatted up?
Does he look like a bitch?
Is he a sailor?
If I pull his lip down, does it say?
He's from Wakanda.
Or is he a vampire?
Go ahead. There you go.
Ooh, okay, all right, I'll take that
all right.
gladly.
It's not bad.
All right.
Wait. Sorry.
okay. No,
Didn't
okay.
didn't Akneth give Flanding
yeah.
advantage before? At
I
one
did.
point, he hasn't used it yet.
Did.
That's true. You
Can he
didn't
use it now?
Absolutely. Thanks, Vogley. Go ahead. You roll your investigation one more time.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna do better than that, but I will gladly.
See, I mean, it doesn't hurt. You can fish, right?
All right, all right.
Yes.
Okay.
It is better. It is better. Let's go. Taking a look, this man is fully coated in plate armor of some kind. It looks like it is native to some spaces, likely along perhaps like the Sword Coast. From what you can see, it's certainly not from this area at all. But otherwise, you're not necessarily seeing anything directly identifiable. I think just from the armor and what you're seeing of his body, you're also able to notice that he seemed to die by what looks like bludgeoning wounds over time, had bled out. There's no blood, by the way, even though the body is kind of, he doesn't seem to be bleeding anywhere. Like whatever was emptied out, perhaps like the ink pen, is floating around in the back. There's nothing coming out of this body right now.
Oh my god.
It's looking at it.
Death and
Okay.
exsanguinated.
Yep. Listen, Kate was like, I want to have fun with a bag, and I was like, all right.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
terrifying, but it's fucking awesome. I love this. Seriously,
Yeah.
I have no regrets right now. This is great. Okay.
Oh,
Would he be able to
God.
get like a profession, like if he was a fighter, if he was like an
Yeah,
actual
that's
like
exactly what I was
adventurer?
getting to. No
Okay.
problem. Yeah, seems like an adventure of some kind. But by the armor and from what you're kind of picking up, certainly not a devout person. There's no holy symbol anywhere that you can find. Likely just some kind of fighter of some kind. But again, there's no markings that feel like you would absolutely recognize like an affiliation. But you just can tell like the armor is certainly not from around here.
And it looks like it was the blunt force trauma that was the cause of his death, and he bled out
Yes, you can see
somewhere
numerous...
between his death and when he came out of his bag.
Yeah, correct. It has likely, and you do know that the bag of holding can kind of like preserve,
Yeah.
in a sense, and that is likely the case. Doesn't necessarily mean that he died 10 minutes ago, according to your timeline, but to whenever he was put in this bag.
I think as Ryland's doing his, I think he's like combing the body and checking everything out while they're on their way.
Mhm.
He'll just kind of get to like, never mind on the I don't think any met. I think we're gonna need Coach Rona if we want to bring him back. And
As
another
you said that
damage.
he walks in with the crystal.
Oh, hey.
Oh, what? What did you? He's mage handing it, by the way, because he doesn't want to be sexually harassed. But he's.
We're talking your ear off. Holding it, buddy. You're good.
You're not my furbolg.
Yeah. You want to go to touch him? Like, nope. Mage hand. And he'll float it over to Rylan. Now,
Thank you.
to be, does it
Hello.
usually kill?
Look, hold on. there's a dead body here, and there's like I was gonna need your help. On further investigation, this man has been dead much longer than originally anticipated. How you feeling? Do you need more rest? Are you good?
I do, but you're a paladin that's a dead body. You asked me to help with a dead body and a paladin? What is happening?
I was gonna need help with magic. I can only cast lower levels. If you're willing, of course. But that's now moot because I've determined that he's been dead longer than my magic is able to revive him.
Looks pretty positively dead.
Yes. Which goes to show, I think my theory was incorrect. I don't think it's a matter of you forgot what you put in the bag. I think there's now a hole in your bag, and you pulled him from somewhere else.
The whole time that you've been looking this guy over, she's been like standing in a corner, just having an existential crisis. Like, oh my god, there are dead bodies in my bag.
Don't worry, you've probably...
What the fuck have I been carrying around is basically what's going on with her right now.
It probably attached to a necromancer's bag. This is a very popular way of transporting bodies for experiments and other things.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Okay.
Everybody in the room glares at me.
Look, I've done it before. Don't act like I haven't. Anyway, he kind of smoothly takes out the dagger that Irene gave him. Do we want to get information about him?
We can figure out where he came from and.
All right. Well, help me open his mouth. I need to get one of these teeth out.
Whoa! Hey!
Just hold it.
Just
hold the jaw down.
I thought you had that thing where you could talk to them.
Man, just hold the jaw down while I go in here.
Didn't you have a thing that you could talk to him?
No. Oh, you mean like in my
remembers? Yeah, Flighty remembers.
Days.
Rylan would have forgotten.
I have a crown. He's a.
Your crown can, but it's
only
modified.
like yes or no questions. We're gonna get the whole thing. Just.
Oh well.
Helda, help me with this jaw.
Give it that.
She's in the corner, like fetal position almost.
People do that all the time, Helda. Come on over. It's no big deal. You didn't do it. You're fine.
I think Rylan's like torn between not mutilating this corpse and taking care of Helda.
Yeah.
Traumatize Helda. Nirja is gonna go over to Helda and be like, "Are you okay?" Like, put a
Do you want to help me with this jaw?
You handle that, Helda.
Rylan's just
It's okay.
shut
You don't
up,
have to do
Valen.
anything.
Give me the stupid dagger. He's going to take the dagger from Valen and he's going to try to gently remove a tooth.
Gently remove a tooth. Gotcha.
Valen's going to use his mage hand to keep the jaw down.
The only thing you keep hearing is repeating that, like, what was in my bag? What am I carrying in that bag? Well, why is that?
You don't like my 21 from earlier?
This is what has happened when Kiroso is not here. Nonsense. You're not seeing. No, I do need a new medicine check.
I mean, y'all
Sure,
are never
no,
gonna get a
but-
long rest. Is my fear now?
I can athletically do this, Foos.
No, you can't athletically do this. This is
Come on, I'm very
medicine
strong.
check.
Guys, bless America. Valen,
You're
stop it.
like just looking
Move
at
your
the
hand.
body. You're fairly certain there's not a lot of blood left in there, but those gums will look real fucked up by the time Rylan actually gets a tooth.
I think you should leave that to me next time. This could be an experience thing.
Listen, it's the thought that matters.
Your hand is twice the
Rylan-
size of this man's head.
As Rylan finally pulls it out, you notice that there's like 2 or 3 other teeth that have been either chipped or damaged before he got it out.
All right.
Rylan's just gonna like politely like put the body back down. Like, I'm sorry. Hopefully we'll find you where you need to go.
You should be sorry. That is terrible. All right.
Throws another pebble at Valen.
Where do you keep getting these pebbles? All right.
We've been in the desert a lot.
I'll talk to Jub. We'll see what this man did and/or suffered, and
Yep.
see if
Oh, I
it's
can tell you
worth
what he's
investing.
It's his
There's definitely
imaginary
some-
friend.
This is a great hammer.
We'll make everything okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying he was bludgeoned to death?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Now,
He's trying to keep it down so he's not terrifying for.
any heraldry on the armor at all?
No, and also Rylan would be able to notice that there doesn't seem to be anything affiliated, either divine or otherwise, that you can
Does
discern.
he have a wallet?
How about
But also,
armor?
oh, sorry, go ahead.
How about armor style? Is it modern?
Yes.
Foos, you said he was bludgeoned. We now know he was bludgeoned to death, right?
Yeah.
Would
Yep.
help to be able to tell how he was bludgeoned? Was it like a weapon? Was it?
Yes,
all
please
up
medicine with advantage for you.
Okay. Where the hell's my sheet?
Okay.
Where the hell's my sheet?
Some poor
I feel like-
necromancer is gonna be like, I got this fresh body, boys, and just take out just ink drifting.
Wow.
Ooh, wow. Thank goodness for advantage, right?
And then there's that. It's really loud for me. Wow.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
you look over it, you're able to notice that for some reason, it is bludgeoning damage. Certainly, you can see parts of the armor has actually been like dented in, especially kind of like the biggest blow seems to be along the side, and you can also see that seems to be kind of one that messed with the collar of the neck here as well. One of his hands looks mangled, as if it was like just absolutely crushed. But the more you're looking at it, the more you, as an expert, are able to notice this was done by bare hands. The hand looked like it was caught and crushed. The bludgeoning damage you see along the side looks like an expertly placed kick that did so. And then whatever damage was done here was likely perhaps an elbow or a forearm. A little bit harder to tell without the helmet attached. But whatever did this was a master of their own body.
Oh fuck.
You lay your hand on the chest and realize it's an indent that perfectly fits your palm.
Yeah.
That would be her reaction here, because right now she's freaking out, like, okay, this is my bag. Did I kill this guy? Put him in there. And yeah, she'd be like, she'd be like putting up her hand next to it, see if it, like anything aligned, like her fist or her hand or her knuckles, you know.
Pretty similar.
Did I kill
I
this
think
guy?
Rylan's just like he still has his helmet on, but his eyes are getting wide. This is just like
Dirty!
I wouldn't worry about it, kid.
Uh,
This body's not a problem. The other 6 in the bag, they're kind of a concern. But this one,
he's gonna lean over to.
Okay, I'm gonna call
Valen
out
and
for
just be like,
for trauma right now, but this is fucking awesome. I love it so much. Okay. Okay.
he's gonna lean over to Valen and be like, I think my theory still might be true. I think she forgot everything she's put in this bag.
You said this was killed a few minutes ago, though.
Well, do you remember your trick?
It preserves the body, but it doesn't keep it minutes fresh.
Well, I don't know yet.
Also, the bag, I mean, you saw, Cadrano had to help me fold, what's his name, to get in there. Like, this, you know, granted, they come in different sizes, but this is a whole ass bag. I mean, that's a huge bag.
It did also have an anvil in there.
Yeah, this is, all right, so I'll talk to Jub. We'll get some details on him. In the meantime, what do you want to do with the body? Because if we put it back in, we'll never find it again. So...
Do you have much room left in your bag?
I do. We'll need to fold them, but we can get them in there.
Okay.
Okay.
no.
It's okay, Hilda.
She has returned to the corner now.
Okay.
And you're the strongest one here outside of Kevin, so you'll probably have to do the folding. But
Folding?
That's quite.
I got it. It's fine.
I just hold them up.
They're
and
gonna
make
go
them
talk
Hold him,
to
man.
the Jub and help preserve the body. And
right,
Rylan's very
Kevin,
happy that he's wearing his helmet right now.
Ryland's getting a little squeamish. Help me out here. Just
All right, no, it's fine.
wanna
I just
get
need
him at
you
the hips
just
first.
Outside.
yeah, no, just stand on his ankles
Go
so
to
he
your
doesn't
room.
jiggle.
Okay, I got
around
you.
too
Just,
much.
all right.
In another. Okay.
He's gonna be about to, and then looks over at Helda. Do you want us to do this in a different room, or like? you
Yes!
cool with that?
Dave?
Oh,
Yeah. In the hallway. In the hallway.
gonna hold the body.
Ryland is kicking them out. He's helping with the feet. He's shutting the door behind him, and he's giving, as he's closing the door, he's giving Nerja the, you're doing great.
And Bogling did that, but Nirja is just like, and she's looking at Hilda. Okay, it's gonna be all right. Just breathe. Just breathe.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
No, further away. Ryland is make sure that we are in the study, or the office one, like the one on the other side of the fucking building. We're out of earshot. That's what's happening. Ryland is not setting the body down until we're out of earshot.
That's good.
so there's no crunching sounds.
What did I do? What did I do? Well,
You don't.
killed them. Look, my fist. It fit into the armor, and it's.
Yeah, it seems to fit. To be fair, a lot of people have the same sized hands as you, right? Also, he could have been a bastard. We don't know that.
That's not the issue here. I've killed before. It's what you have to do sometimes. But
yeah, this is certainly a shock. It makes sense. It's okay. Just breathe, and let's. If you can recall, I don't know. You don't recognize him, do you?
no.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. To be fair, when I've seen Valen stuff bodies into bags, it wasn't great the first couple of times, but learning later, it just you kind of get used to it, I guess. But listen, don't beat yourself up. We don't know what we don't know. All right. Again, he could have been Budai level bad, and you could have done the world a favor.
Okay, Boggly over here, like maybe he was the next Hitler.
He just folded up a dictator and put him in your bag.
Yeah, why not?
Well, again, for her, the issue right now is not that it's like, hey, I killed somebody, right? She doesn't remember this. That's what's the possibility that she did kill someone doesn't know about is freaking her out here, Like, okay.
Right. Oh, okay. And if Helda explains that to Nirja, she's just gonna say, that makes perfect sense. You killed this person, put him in your bag, had no idea. That's not great. And
It's not, no.
And it mustn't feel great.
Why?
Why what?
Why did I stuff him in my bag? Why?
Good question. I think that's a good question that we need to certainly keep in mind when we help you get your memories back. Hopefully we do. That I hold out hope for getting my memories back. I hold the same hope for you. So when that does happen, then we can process some of this. But yeah, of course you're gonna feel like this.
Damn it, Flindy.
What is happening?
Oh
my god.
Fucking squirrel.
Why is it a squirrel?
It's a squirrel or
I
chipmunk or
applaud you for being
something.
able to fucking DM and see this bullshit in the background.
God.
Oh my god.
Incredible.
Okay. So can you meditate? Can we meditate together right now? And just would that help you? Or
Yeah, she seems to perk up when you mention meditating together. Like, okay.
Yeah. Let's sit. And she just sits right next to you and just tries to model your behavior because you're the expert.
Okay. All right.
Ryland, were you about to say something? I know you're muted, but I saw the movement.
no.
I was like, what's happening?
I was still laughing.
Okay, sounds good. So the meditating ladies, I will need a wisdom check from both of you.
Okay. Wisdom check. Where's my wisdom? It's
Nice.
0.
Flat wisdom.
Oh, that's
Okay,
not
not bad.
horrible. Okay.
Boom.
It's a little harder for you for
You just
obvious
hear her
reasons.
speaking out loud. Imagine the oasis, Kiroso's oasis, very, very soothing, very quiet, very calm. Don't think about the dead body. You thought about the dead body. Do not think
All
about
right, you gotta
dead
get the left shoulder in first, and then just roll it to the right. That's how I figured it out.
You can get off that ankle now. I got that one in. I'm
Okay,
pretty
all right,
sure
great,
that other
great.
one's broken, but that's all right.
That's all right. He's dead. He's not gonna feel it. It's all right.
All right, we don't need it.
I'm thinking about the dead body. God damn it.
Oh shit! I forgot his finger fell off when I was holding him.
Oh, just throw it in the bag. It'll be fine.
It was already broken in my defense. Yeah, all right. It was just,
Yeah, it'll be all
Do you-
right.
all right. I was gonna throw
I
out the
still have
window.
some sovereign glue if you really want to
I
sell
really
it.
hope this person was evil.
I don't know. We need to, right? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
I think job's done. We should probably wash your hands, right?
Yeah, press it.
Vegetation kills 99.9% of germs.
Yeah.
Just don't even kill him, just removes them.
Where does it put them though?
With
Put
the
them in a
best,
pile
the best
somewhere
part
else.
about this is I was trying to go through everyone's thing to be like, okay, before your long rest, what are you doing? And then Elda's was like, dead body. And skewed everything, which is not a complaint. It was very funny. I imagine Helda and Yurja are likely going to spend a decent amount of time together before you long rest. So we will say that you guys are doing that. Ryland, after the chaos, is there anything you're doing before you rest?
I think we got some Rusu practice in earlier. I think he's just going to talk to his plants, plant the Nurture emergency stash, and ask the other plants to help it get the nourishment that it needs, and then talk to that plant and be like, if you wouldn't mind blessing us with your gifts and your products. I don't. Products was a planty word, not a Ryland word. My friend Nurja, she very much use the effects of your pods, I guess, and we would very much appreciate it.
Fantastic conversations here. Give me a persuasion. Chat with your plants.
God damn it! The Knight of Threes.
The +10s on the persuasion boys is not panning out.
It's like my fourth 3 of the night.
It's rough right now. It's a good thing we're not fighting, right? But you see the plants kind of register your question, but whether it's like distraction or laze, you really can't tell. They don't seem particularly.
I feel like this is where Riley got called out to go help dead body.
Oh yeah, I like that timeline. Where Helda just shouts and you're like, the fuck?
I'm sorry, I'll be right back. My friend needs me.
Also, good thing we're not fighting. I cared more about that conversation than the dragon fight. I mean, not at the time. The dragon fight was epic and intense and good, but you know, I was invested.
No.
Yeah, I don't. Except for just doing his normal daily task of checking his book, giving updates and whatnot. I think he'll just go to bed.
All right. Which leaves us to our shady Gith Yankee. You are in the scrying room after the chaos with a fresh body in your bag.
You know, Kevin, I think I figured out what the bag is.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think it's a nexus between all the other Heldas in the multiverse.
What?
So every time one puts one in the bag, it all goes to the same place. And they're all random items, with the exception of the body, obviously. But the body seemed to have injuries that would be something that Helda did. So Helda did kill that person, but it wasn't our Helda. Does that make sense?
What if it was just our Helda?
Helda's been with us the whole time, so unless she's a ninja of incredible skill.
Well, I mean, like, that bag's weird, right? So maybe the, like, preserving thing is weird,
Maybe
too.
there's some kind of, like, time dilation thing.
Right.
What if we just throw, like, a bunch of fresh fruit in there and then see what happens?
But then she'll never pull it out. She'll probably pull out 3 dead bodies instead of the fruit. We may never find out. It's hard to test something that is, by its nature, random.
I agree. But I think the randomness is tied to Helda.
I think she just keeps forgetting.
I think we should get notes and throw it in the bag. Like throw like 10 notes in the bag, and then just see if we can pull another note out. Maybe somebody writes back.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm genuinely scared. Okay.
I think there's a couple of different ways we can test this out, but I do like the idea of testing something with time, though. So, for sure, fruit. Maybe we
fresh fruits with the note.
We can combine it. What if we put like a fruit in there and write on it and be like, "This is for you. Enjoy it for your lunch." And then if it comes back like a banana peel and it's just like the peel, and someone's like, "Thank you very much," then we both found out that or if it comes back and it has the same writing on it and it's just mushy and gross, we found out the time. Stuff.
Right. Okay. If it's a multi-dimensional thing, then we might have issues with the language, because language may not evolve the way it does here. But okay, that's fine. I like it. Thank you. All right. First things first, he is going to cast Sending at level 6 because that's the only fucking slot I have left. And this Sending is going to Nerja's mama.
Okay. 25 words.
Greetings, warrior general. I am a friend of your daughter's, Nerja.
She met you.
Looking into her, he pauses for a moment. Spiritual condition. We should meet. I'll be in Waterdeep tomorrow.
All right, there's a slight pause before. The wizard, I presume. Send me a
That's it.
location and a time. She seems to believe I don't understand. But my baby girl is dead.
Oh, that heavy in the heel feels harder than I thought it would. Okay, yeah. Yep, message received. Can't reply. So,
I'll see you tomorrow.
all right, so got that out of the way. And then the second is to call Jub if you can.
Yep. You know what you mean from me or from you? Blah, blah, blah.
I should have like triple advantage because we're in a safe space. I'm with a fellow
You are.
gift.
You get to roll
And-
bald like the rest of us.
Bald like the rest of us.
Joe's had enough to hear what she. Your DC is lowered, but it is a bald roll.
So damn, fuck you. Not you, Foos, Joe. I want to make that clear. What am I rolling? Persuasion?
Persuasion.
God, I'm so awesome at persuasion.
Yeah,
You're
you can
so
do this,
good
man.
at
I'm gonna crit that.
persuasion.
Okay, that's fine.
That's great. That's Hall of Fame stats for Henderson.
That is Hall of Fame stats for notice. But in this small space, you call out to your friend, and it takes a little while, but eventually you see the very small leathery wings kind of extend from behind the kind of like the dais that scrying orb is situated on before you see the large bald head of your friend kind of poke out from the side.
Hey, I have a favor to ask of you.
Okay.
And he mage hands the tooth. Could you dig into this? You can destroy it. It's fine. He's very much dead. But if you could just take a look at it, we got an unexpected corpse out of a bag my friend has, and we're just trying to figure out what happened and if this is worth pursuing.
Okay. So, most important information is death.
Yeah. How did they die? And then, if they lived a life that wasn't, I don't know, criminal or something. Just if they were a good person, that's fine.
Might need more than tooth for the rest. Can get death from this.
Okay. What would you need for more?
Bigger bone.
All right, Kevin, help me here, please. Let's just
Canonically, a finger already fell off.
No problem. Let me get that.
Yeah.
How much bigger? Like,
he's just pointing to the body. Like, what do you want? I'll take it out.
You want light meat or dark meat?
Yeah.
Oh god. I don't know this jump. I'm gonna say this right now. I don't know what the fuck's happening right now, but this is
That's the best part.
You want a drum or a wing?
So you're kind of like looking over the body and sort of like tilting his head before he kind of like points at different parts of the body. And you see him starting at the kind of like the back of the hand, and where like the hand kind of connects to the wrist. For the rest of life, no, not including death, just life. And kind of works his way up towards like the longer bones in his forearm. What? Everything here.
All right. So Radius and Ulna, which one do you want?
Either.
We'll go to Ulna because I believe that's bigger. So he's
right.
just gonna.
I'm just gonna. You're explaining why when we take this guy out again that he is missing an arm from the elbow down.
Not an arm. I have extensive
This seems
experience.
pretty army to me. If I'm gonna,
But it's
like
only
waving the
one.
body
There's
around.
there's two bones in that one arm. I'm just taking one. That'll still.
Oh, so you want me to? Oh, I'm.
No,
oh,
I'm
you're
doing it.
doing it.
I got
okay,
yeah.
great. All right, I got you.
He's gonna go in and just
I need a
remove the
medicine
Ulna.
check, please.
Oh so.
Kevin's gonna hold it for you as it happens. Holy shit!
Damn.
Like a fucking surgeon.
Okay, never let it be said that Valen's not a good friend. Okay.
Oh my god, a fucking surgeon. He's able to kind of like disconnect it from here. There's like 2 small incisions, one towards like the top of the wrist and then one down by the elbow. And before you're able to kind of like disconnect all the like sinew and tendons and everything that come from it, you just slide it. Oh no.
Fuck all y'all.
He's just trying to unblur himself. Oh my god. Anyway, so yes, you're able to extract the whichever the radius or the ulna that you preferred.
The ulna, it's bigger bone for him, I think.
Okay, gotcha.
Not mistaken, slightly.
You hand it to him. Information now?
If you don't mind, we're gonna be running around in the next few days.
You see him start pulling out like his sort of like leather-bound tool set, watching as many of the sort of like needles and various tools for like what looks like scraping that you have seen in the past, but pulls out a particularly pointy one that you've seen him work with before. And as he seems to carve into the bone, you watch as the sort of golden like dust that comes from those carvings seems to kind of float around him. The magical sort of storytelling of whatever he uses to make this work. You also recognize, as before, that the tip doesn't even look like it's making connection as it's starting to carve into this. Whether that is because the tip is so fine that you can't even see it anymore, or whether it is perhaps a magic projection, you're not entirely sure, but he starts carving into it. And as the orange and gold flecks kind of pull off from the bone that he's carving into, you watch as much like you've seen before, that this like dust seems to kind of form scenes in this space, almost like a projector around the 3 of you guys, Tudegith, Yankee, and Utsla in this space. But carving. The first thing you are privy to is what looks like a fight of some kind. You can see that this combatant is wielding 2 swords in either hand, full plate mail, that you recognize him in. You don't quite get the surroundings, as you never really have in general. It almost feels like a scrying in that sense, where you just kind of see the immediate details of the person and everything else is a little bit blurry, but fighting with somebody. And just from the way that they are defending themselves, you can absolutely recognize that it does seem to be a martial artist that uses their hands to do their damage. The fight looks as though it is a drag out, like to the ends fight. You can also recognize that in the sort of dusty painting of this picture, there do seem to be kind of vague bodies around as well, as though numerous people are involved in this fight and others have fallen. Can't quite see who exactly or what exactly those bodies are, but other people have lost in this situation. And for just a moment, you see him kind of lose one of his swords, having been disarmed by whoever he is fighting. But after a few more blows, one in particular that comes at his side, the side that had lost the weapon that he was defending himself with, his armor gets kicked so hard, you watch it dent inwards on him, in which you start to kind of see him stagger backwards. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you are getting a little bit of details as to who is attacking this person. All right. There's no color in these scenes as well, just because. Okay, so that kicks it up to a 14, but still not ideal. No problem. It is, again, you don't get to see color here, but it is absolutely, from what you can find out, feminine. Longish hair that seems to be pulled back, and you can recognize pointed ears, but that's more or less all you get from it. Before the person in armor kind of falls to one knee, dealing with the shot that dented his armor in, before an extra blow comes down on his neck, dropping him, and not only that, but seemingly fracturing his neck as well. A little less so than what you and Kevin had to do to get him in the bag, but neck broken, ribs crushed, bleeds out where he is, the last sword falling from him.
Kevin, did you recognize that person?
I kind of look like her a little bit, right? I mean, like, it wasn't like a good, and also I will mention, you saw only from the back, so you didn't quite get facial features, unfortunately. I don't know. Could be her. Could be someone like her. She doesn't know who trained her, right? So like it could be people. Maybe it's just a bunch of elves who like to punch people in the face and stuff.
And break necks? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
Sure. I've seen Stranger Things.
Let me actually have him roll as well, just to see if he catches any other details. His perception is not fantastic, but it's pretty good. Oh, it's actually better than I thought. Not bad.
To that roll. Holy.
Go! Kevin!
Redemption!
What the fuck? God damn it.
Just throw kids inspiration on that, make it a nice
No,
good 38. It's the same roll.
not.
Come on.
It was mostly because Valen asked, and that was part of the reason why I was like, oh, that's a good point. He would probably be paying attention as well. But yeah, fucking hell. Kemen is laser focused on this, and initially his first babbling is like as the scene is starting, but like as it continues going, you see him kind of like freeze and then look very intensely before looking back at you. Do you know if she has a twin sister?
I don't
Like
think she
someone
would know
looks
if she had
just
a
like-
but
That's a good
her.
point. Maybe it's her.
It's her. I think that solidifies my theory.
You know how I was able to tell? Yo, her fucking traps are insane. And when she fucking threw that thing, you could see it was the same
Yeah.
shape.
Okay.
So Kemen's been checking out Helda. We know that.
Kevin has a weakness for crap.
All right. Thank you. No, I figured maybe martially, yeah, you'd pay attention to things that I would have no bearing on. Yeah, like Pakaris, he casts real ugly, and like I could tell, if he was. Anyway, yeah, that's
Seems
great.
right?
No, he's
Yeah.
the way he uses magic is disgusting. He's a good person, but it's anyway. I'll explain later.
All right. You don't
Thank
have to. It's fine.
All
But you see Jump. I said Utsla finishes that kind of carving, and then you can see that it took up a smaller part of the bone, which you're able to recognize would likely take up almost the full surface area of that tooth. But you see him starting to carve a little bit further down, making longer incisions as he does work into the bone, and you start to see more of that golden orangey flecks kind of coming off of the bones as it does so, painting numerous scenes nearly simultaneously. And for this, because there is a lot more happening, I will give you and Kemen another perception check to see what scenes kind of stick out as he's more or less getting a summary of the life of this person. So you're going to be seeing numerous things at the same time.
God damn it. But it's
Oh shit, okay. That'd be a +2 to that, right?
perception, yeah, it would be a 21.
Let's go. And then Kemen will roll one more time. Bananas. All right, so Maya's gift. Good lord. As the two of you are kind of watching over it, you are starting to pick up details of they seem to live in a city that you are very familiar with. It does seem to be from Waterdeep. Most of the memories seem to be at certain areas that, like, just because you were from that area, you'd recognize like streets even from the blurry kind of pixelated almost visions that you are getting here. But they seem to work around, looks likely a mercenary of some kind, working with various different people as they go through these memories. And then there are certain bits that are working of some kind, various adventures that you're able to spot. You are able to spot what seems to be likely a family at some point, starting off, getting sort of settled, perhaps setting away some of those mercenary details as well. But you also start recognizing a figure that you have seen a couple of times before. And it's Kemen who kind of grabs your hand for a second and kind of points in one particular dusty memory in which you see this person speaking with what seems to undoubtedly be Budai at some point, sending off various different conversations that they seem to have once or twice before the dust kind of continues to shift and shape, eventually sending this person to what looks to be a very large temple of some kind. Can't quite make out the details of it, but more or less the memories kind of start fading off after that.
Can you recognize any of the markings or even structure? Because he's pretty well versed in religion. So if it's a temple, like even just the style, maybe he can get a hint of what that's from.
I will. Yeah, religion. Religion.
Religione.
Religion. I forgot your bananas. Okay. That's bananas, but not a fantastic roll. I will say, for Valen, you are well studied in this regard. And also, Yoriana has blessed you in a sense that your knowledge is even more so than what you are familiar with as well. And that's what makes this so strange, because you are positive you don't know what the fuck that is. Just the structure of it, any symbology within it, you don't see a crest or an emblem within the memory, and that certainly kind of puts you at a disadvantage. But from what you can tell, something that has definitely not been exposed to Waterdeep, for sure, which makes it extremely remote.
Okay. Understood. All right. He will make notes of all of that. Jump, thank you so much. You've definitely shed some light on quite the mystery. How you doing?
Good. Busy.
Always.
Yes.
It would be a bad friend if I didn't ask. Do you ever see more of those candles at a location that, not that I would want you to get, we would get it. But if you have seen or do see them in the future, don't put yourself at risk. Let us know. But my friend Ryland would deeply appreciate getting his hands on another one.
Okay. Most temples start hiding after I take their stuff.
Like you do.
He just starts cracking up. I mean that.
But I can look.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Don't put yourself at any additional risk. Just if you just happen to see it, let me know.
Yes. Okay.
But outside of that, is there anything you want from me?
Don't die.
That's the goal. Agreed.
Okay.
All right. I won't take up much more of your time if you want to get to your busy schedule.
Bye. So take 2 hops behind that pedestal again, and then vanish. That was pretty productive.
I'd say.
You gonna tell her? Or...
I want to. I think it's the right thing to do.
I don't know if it's the right thing to do. She didn't even know yet, and she was already like a mess. I'm pretty sure I've forgotten plenty of kills. Doesn't seem to bother. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you don't need to tell someone, like, do they need to know?
What bothers me is that she put it in the bag and she didn't know, and how fresh it is. So
I think it bothers me more that a dragon found her because you touched an owie.
All right, fair enough. That's high on the list.
Yeah.
How about this? Let's both agree that we are not sensitive enough to understand the pain that this might cause to somebody who hasn't been emotionally beaten. So we should probably talk to Ryland about it and see what he says.
Okay. I'm just
we'll
going to
sleep
tell
on
you.
it for tonight.
At the very least, I can recognize that I'm not sure she's capable of handling it.
I don't think it's her. I think it's her in another dimension.
We could also
All right.
remember that Ryland knows that, or believes that Omission is lying too, and he can't do that.
If you tell them he can't not.
So maybe Ryland's out to play. We'll figure it out.
All right. Maybe we tell the
let's
fisherman.
sleep on it. You know what? You're right. He is very wise.
He always tells you to relax, so I figure that has something to do with, I don't know. Maybe he can tell her to relax and then give her the news, and then tell her to relax again, and make like a relaxed sandwich out of the news, and then she'll be fine.
I like that. Yeah, he's a good foil for how I operate, but I appreciate him. All right, let's sleep on it. Well, you sleep on it. I'll go continue to work out this theory.
All right, sounds good.
I'll ask Rhaenys. You know what? I'll ask him, but then I'll also ask Rhaenys if she knows anything about this.
The bag or the body?
Bag. The body we're going to dispose of.
Okay.
Anything associated with
Oh,
Budai is
Okay, what do we want to do to get rid of it?
I was just put it back in her bag.
All right,
Oh,
so
by
they're
the way,
gonna.
he's gonna put the arm bone back in, like rip off a random piece of cloth and like bandage it up.
Medicine or survival, I'm pretty sure they're the same roll because they're both wisdom. So
Yeah.
either
Oh,
of
the bone is
those.
destroyed, right? So never mind. He's just gonna tape
The
it
bone's
up. Yeah.
carved into. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Usla took it because if you didn't say you needed it back, he
Yeah.
usually keeps them. He doesn't even have. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's gone.
It's gone. Okay.
left
So yeah,
with
he's
it.
just gonna wrap up his arm so there's not like a giant fucking incision or whatever.
Yep.
And then, all right, yeah, we're good. All right, yeah, we'll just put it back in her bag. Because
Okay.
let's be honest, she hasn't pulled out the same thing twice yet. So
Yeah. All right. Well, boy, won't it ruin her day to pull out a different body?
I think it'd be a little weird if other her pulled out that body and it's like, what happened? It's missing a
Yeah.
tooth and a bone. It's been
Mm-hmm.
folded. It's,
Mhm. That finger is. Do you think?
Oh,
Do you think if we put the body back in with the finger, she now has a chance to pull out just the finger?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean the two objects at that point.
Yeah. All right. We'll tell her she has to put it back in her bag, and that's the plan.
No.
Okay,
no.
and then we'll explain it to her later.
Yeah.
Potentially. All right.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We'll talk to Fishman.
That being said, if you see her walking around like sleepwalking, let me know because someone's about to get their neck snapped.
Get chopped. Yeah. That's a good point. Mm-hmm. Okay. Sounds good.
All
I mean, you should know. You don't sleep.
Yeah,
just-
obviously, I'll let you know. I'm just saying if you see her wander off in like a fugue state or something.
All right. Yeah. I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Good night. Even though you don't sleep,
You sleep well.
which is kind of creepy, but it's all right.
Oh, you should see the benefits. It's amazing. You get the whole day out of your whole day.
I don't think you're wrong about that, but sometimes it's just nice to not think of something for a bit.
I'm always thinking.
That's okay. Good night.
Sleep just slows me down. Good night.
Sleep just slows me down. What the fucking? Okay. That being said, I do believe everyone is ready for their long rest. So we'll go ahead and take our break, and then you guys can take your long rest. I'm gonna make it a little bit of an odd time, I guess. We'll go for 8 minutes because it's 10:52. So let's be back at 11. So we're gonna take a quick break. Everybody, don't forget to hit your long rest stuff. So make sure your spells are back, your abilities are back, your hit points are good, everything back. And also, if you have magic items that recover at the dawn, it won't be quite that by the time you're done with your rest, but it will be basically by the time you get up. So just make sure everything is back as it should.
Okay.
But we're gonna go take a break. We'll be back in a little bit.
Back
Thanks
soon.
for dropping by.
See you
Bye.
soon.
New 50.
everybody.
We got a Yanni 5. But we're back. The Preventers are finishing their long rest, which they got to a little bit after Kiroso had finished his, and went to his meeting, and at some point is heading back. So, Kiroso, you would probably arrive at the estate probably with another, I don't know, like less than an hour left on their long rest to go. So you would come back to a very quiet estate, but having had that conversation at the very least.
I'm gonna find Valen because I know he doesn't sleep.
Yeah, I imagine he's in the study.
He's in the study.
I also imagined he might be in the study.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So you're in the. I gotta get you off the GM layer now. Hold on. I put you in the corner with Irene because the two of you aren't here. I'll go get you back. There you go.
Doing in corner foos.
What
Why
did
you
you say?
putting the water folks together in the corner foos?
Because they're
That's-
part of the team.
that's
but
racist.
they're
Y'all
not
are
there.
thirsty. I feel like I interacted with a random evil dude, this dryad, and now Irene. And each time I got that level of response, I'm like, you just trying to ship Kiroso with anybody.
I didn't even take it that way. I just thought it was him being like, lol. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. Valen, you hear and eventually
you're
see
back.
Kiroso arrive.
You're not putting me back on the map?
You're back.
Yeah,
You're in the study.
There you are.
Geez, I just
You weren't a
blended
second
it.
ago.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
How was your evening?
Well, it did not go quite as I had hoped, but that is, well, what it is. How long do the gems need to recuperate?
It'll be the same as us, 8 hours ish.
So in theory, they should be ready
Yes.
to go. Okay,
Indeed, it should be.
perfect. That is all I need to check. And then as I'm gonna go talk to Akapi, and then I'm gonna pause. There's no chance you have heard of a Kairu, have you?
Kairu, as a person or like a creature?
This is a person.
Oh, no. I'll be. We haven't been here for very long. So, and to be fair, it's either been people of import or getting people.
And whoever they were unable to see the infinite, and my initial impulse was to assist them, but when I touched the water, the infinite, well, not the infinite, but something within the infinite told me not to let them get any closer, so I had to distract them away from the infinite. But there is, I guess, something I should be concerned of.
Concerned. Okay.
Well, if the infinite does not want this Kairu to interact with it, then it is my obligation to see that he does not. In fact, I mean, to be perfectly frank, the infinite indicated that this is something to be destroyed. But it said not now and not me. So perhaps that means me later, or perhaps it means someone else at a different time.
Oh, okay. So you do communicate directly with Infinite.
That is quite new, and it is not the infinite directly. No, there is a representative. They did not reveal their name or much about themselves. They said I would learn that in my own time. It is all quite vague, but...
Well, if it's something to be destroyed, then add it to the list. And if you think it's of a certain urgency, then we'll do exactly
The
that.
only urgency was to prevent it from coming into contact with the water. I did not get it soon. I was prepared to go vanquish him immediately when given that directive, but as I say, it said not now and not me. Perhaps it is for someone else to address, or perhaps it is just a later time.
Interesting.
I do not know where to look for information on this Kairu, but perhaps more will be revealed in time.
What did they look like?
I will describe them.
like a
Okay.
like a nice person.
Being the wizard I am, I'm
alarming.
gonna be minor imaging the face until we get it close. And see, eyes looking further
Amazing.
down. Character
Oh,
creep.
the
fuck it, I forgot
sliders.
I have that. I'll just major
Yeah.
image it.
Oh
I'll have
shit!
minor
Yeah.
image, but I can
There you go.
help you out.
Do I recognize this person at all?
No.
What are they? You said they were elven or elfish?
If that is correct, that is what I said.
I do believe he was human.
Human. Okay. No, any familial, like someone that maybe they're related to vaguely?
In terms of the, oh my god, that is a.
I'm
wild.
getting this in HD. This is a major image, so I'm just.
You
trying
are. I think, and also just because of how much Kiroso has lived in this city his whole life. So I'll have the two of you do a history check to see if there's anything about the facial features of this person that seems familiar. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Said history.
History.
Excellent.
Okay. No, nothing that you guys can glean.
All right. All right. Do you know where they stay?
Did they say they were near that restaurant? I thought they said they were on that side of the city, but
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were on that. They didn't give much more than that.
yeah, vaguely on this whatever end, north, south, east, west. I give you the correct answer. Side of the city.
Mhm.
Okay.
Northeast.
What creature? So we fought demons in the Infinite that were trying to. They were shark-like demons. It was very strange.
Just gonna look at the image I made and then back to him. We're like, that's not a shark, but I'm not gonna interrupt.
Yeah, he'll minor image at the same time. Like, hey, this is what it looked like. We killed them though, although not in a way that they wouldn't return, but it shouldn't be for at least a few years. We know that demons and other kind of otherworldly creatures are drawn to this place. We haven't exactly found out why specifically, other than the Infinite being a source of power. But I don't know. Kairu. Unfortunate that they would choose a name that starts with a K. Any of our luck, they'll be promised. But
That was my initial thinking, so I was going to guide them to the water before the water told me not to.
Interesting. You know who should get a better look at this person?
Who is this?
Rylan.
Does he know many Kairus, or just has he?
No, he's a paladin, and one of his abilities, which I don't understand, is that he can see creatures of a certain type.
Oh, did you not also have something with vision?
I mean, I can see invisible creatures, and I can do true sight if prepared.
That is what I was thinking. I thought you just generally had that, in which case you would see him if he was disguised. But
I could
it is not
cast true sight.
a priority.
Interesting.
Though I do believe either yourself or Ryland or both had mentioned something. You had questions of the Infinite?
Ryland has questions for the Infinite, specifically. And he'll kind of look him in the eye and like make sure he stresses this. I cannot say.
Okay, well, it would need notice, but I certainly have the magics to bring you with me.
Yeah, if you'd like to do that.
I am not. was brought up by yourself, or the meaning all of you, the group itself. I am not eager, I'm not apprehensive. You seem to be apprehensive.
I am, and there's a reason for that, and I can't explain it to you, and I apologize for that.
Interesting. It is not important. If you do not think we should go to the infinite, then I do not have to bring you.
No. I think they should go. My ability to speak on the matter of the infinite is limited.
So you are apprehensive because you are limited in speaking, not because you think he should not visit the infinite.
Correct.
Okay. That can be arranged at any time.
The infinite has done some humorous things to our friend.
How so?
So one time when we were trying to investigate the infinite, none of us have the skills that you do. So the best thing I could do was turn him into a shark. And
I remember this. He fell from the sky?
Yeah, they ejected him quite a few dozens of feet into the air. It was a bit of a mess. And then I think at least once, possibly twice, he's had his memory removed of the entire account.
Perhaps I will see if this newfound communication of mine will tell me one way or the other if I should bring him. If
Yes,
he's been ejected, so.
It's not. You've met him. He means it no ill will. I just think whatever that entity is very protective of the infinite. And he's failing some kind of test and being ejected, sometimes physically.
Well, in any case, as long as I know that it is something to be done the following day, I can make sure those magics are prepared and available.
I have something to ask of you when you're done.
Oh.
A bit of wisdom, perhaps. Helda, you know her bag and its myriad of
sure.
unexplainable things that get pulled out of it. Last night she pulled out a body. A freshly dead body by all measurements. I was able to tap a resource to kind of discover what had happened to that body. And as far as we can tell, Helda killed him. Now, this particular body was associated with a criminal with whom we have a great deal of hatred for and is currently rotting in the prison in the pyramid. But...
So she killed a criminal. Do we know the circumstance?
No, it looks like they were both engaged. It wasn't like an assassination or anything of that effect. And it was a battle of some scale as there were bodies that we could see in the background. Our question is, she has no memory of killing this person. And she seemed quite shaken about the idea that she could have, A, murdered a man that she didn't remember, and then B, throw it into a bag.
It is likely she has killed many things and put many things in places she has no recollection of.
I don't disagree. But from a mental health perspective, I'm not sure if telling her is the right...
Oh, she does not know she killed this man.
Correct. I found out before everyone went to bed and decided to ruminate on it, but I know I would like to be told, but...
I agree that is... If nothing else, the learning that such information was kept from you by people you trust is a violation in its own right.
That's why I asked you. Thank you.
Interesting to learn that. I mean, cannot be comfortable to constantly have questions because you do not know what you do not know and you have forgotten. I suppose perhaps she has never thought about the fact that she may have killed people she does not remember, but she's certainly aware she forgets. So it is not news, but I suppose it is also news.
Yeah, I'll leave the family man part of it out of it, but I'll at least let her know.
I mean, I guess my point, and I'm happy to be part of a conversation when this news is told to Hilda. But what is to be done of it? The truth is, this thing happened, and you cannot undo this thing. This thing is, you cannot go back and take away this decision. I have the magics. It is costly, but we could bring this man back.
I understand that there's some weird things happening with resurrection magics, so I wouldn't.
I do not suggest that this is the right thing
Yeah.
to do. Death is part of life.
You know, there was a time not too long ago I would have vehemently disagreed with you on that, but there's yeah. Look, if they're associated with Budai, no love lost on my grounds. He was a criminal of likely the worst kind.
He deserves another chance at life to learn he's associated with such criminality, but perhaps if he's associated with your nemesis or a nemesis, you can learn from him if he's brought back.
I do have the ability to speak with bodies temporarily.
I know this magic, it is limited.
It is, but at least we can get some yes or no answers for her if she wants to get some closure.
I would not recommend for Helda's closure. Perhaps if there are questions that could help you with this Budai and his crimes and whatever questions you still have. To dwell on this, I do not think is good for Helda, but...
Agreed. And Budai is a known quantity at this point. And the only reason...
I can help you bury this body?
Oh, we're going to put it back in the bag. The chances of her pulling it back out is not high.
But not zero. Why would we keep this body?
The reason why I want to put it back in is I think the kings tolerate a lot with us. And burying a random body that we pulled out of a bag that's a tough sell, I think.
Oh, I was going to dig a hole, but I suppose we could tell them.
I mean, you mean like walk into the desert and just bury it in the desert somewhere? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I assume that. I'm assuming it's a graveyard of some kind.
Right. I imagine they're going to ask questions if we, like civilians, just walk in and start burying a body.
Oh, there will be some interaction with others just to do this.
In which case, we'll have to explain that we pulled a body out of a bag.
Wait, then perhaps what? I do not think they will blame us for this body. Perhaps
No, but they might confiscate the bag. She might be brought in for questioning.
I would suggest that perhaps this is a good thing.
It could be a bad thing because if she doesn't remember it, and this was in the open, it wasn't like she was fighting in some enclosed area. There's possible witnesses that would say, yeah, we saw her kill him. And now we're talking potential murder trial or self-defense in a position where she literally cannot defend herself.
If it was a battle, as you say, then it is recorded somewhere. And if it's a battle in one side won, the other side lost, I do not think it is murder to kill someone in conflict.
I think my big stipulation is that we can't prove it. And I'm not saying the kings are petty enough to put us in that particular situation. As a group, though, I would just... But they don't need to know. Really neither did we. I'm fine with burying it if you want to do a ceremony away from the city, but I'm not comfortable burying it in the city.
I don't think it made much sense to carry a body around. I also am concerned of this bag now. If it is one body, who is to say it does not have several?
Yeah.
I would simply advise we do not pull things from this bag.
That's a question. That's a conversation we need to have with her, then.
Perhaps, yes.
By the way, the body's in my bag, so the carrying is inconsequential.
No, Rusi, you can't eat him. He's a friend.
Shall we wake up the rest of them, or shall we just wait?
They will wake in their own time, unless you are in a hurry for one thing or the other.
I'm not. Are you coming with me to Waterdeep, or did you want to stay here?
I certainly able to join you. I need to speak with Akabia, but other than that, I'm happy to help, and that will, if nothing else, save you the trip home. My magics can do this.
That would be appreciated. Thank you. And then we got to see to Nerja's issue.
Ah, yes.
And I got to talk to her mom. Oh, I need to talk to her mom. Assuming it's not like 6 in the morning, but she's a military lady, so I imagine she's awake anyway. That's
a decision you will make.
Yeah. Well,
Are you gonna tell her? You might ask. I don't know.
No, he's not gonna tell you.
Oh, great. Cool. All right.
He already made that decision. There's no reason to question.
He's gonna go into back to the scrying room. You can come with me. I need this conversation to happen somewhat privately. So,
as I said, I have to speak to Akabia, so I will do this while you do whatever conversations you need, and I will be available when the trip to Waterdeep is made.
Okay, excellent. So I will cast Sending at the appropriate level.
7.
And Sending.
Uh-huh.
And good morning. Sorry about last night. I simply ran out of spell power. 1 p.m. near the Magic District. I don't know if there's like a bistro there that we can hang out with. But I'm not obviously this is ad-libbing.
I know.
Valen knows. Nenners
just
doesn't.
rambles off.
Yeah.
Y'all know any good bistros in the area?
I can go with a good Reuben. Just whatever, non-obviously super swanky, just like a nice chill place in that area. He'll suggest around 1 p.m. If that's okay with her, and then obviously he's flexible.
And there's a very quick response. I am happy to hear from you. I will meet you there at 1 p.m.
Damn, she's prompt. She's great. I wish everyone was like this. It's text out of nowhere essentially. Down to go meet 1 p.m. Let's go. No BS. Balin is so used to having to wrestle people to do shit. So somebody to actually be like, yeah, I'll meet you there. It's like, wait, what? I was gonna be
you're ready to fight, and you're like, oh, all right.
You already had a Sending ready to go. Listen, we really should.
Yeah. All right, he's good. Then he'll go back to the room and just wait for him to wake up.
All right, sounds good. In which Kiroso gets the time to speak with Akabia.
Retrieve the gem and reattach it to the kind of rope thing I wear around one arm. Aren't you feeling rested?
Yes.
This is good. Well,
something on your mind?
I have news. It is not the worst news it could have been. It is not as good as I had hoped to give. I have found your daughter.
Is she alive?
And, well, as far as I can surmise, she was not overly communicative, and she seems to keep herself well and truly secret, but she seemed to doubt my tale and worried that if I did in fact know you, that I was compelled magically to find her. I think she is wounded by the lack of communication, and while I explained why it was not anyone's choice, that is, while the news I imagined you would want to receive on her end, it also is too easily false after so long without hope.
I'm... It almost feels forever in your debt for even reaching out to her. I
And-
didn't expect you to. But I am extremely grateful, but I also understand why she is the way she is. We had plenty of disagreements, as mother and daughter are naturally having. She was unsatisfied, perhaps, with that of typical dryad nature. We disagreed, of course, but that was one of our last conversations.
I will say this. She knows your predicament, and she knows where to find you if she chooses to reach out on her own. And while I would not force my company upon her, I do not wish to go against her wishes, but I do not think she truly believes what is true, and so wants me to stay away because I am false, which I am not. That point being that I am not done. I will find a path forward that is respectful of all involved, and it feels strange for you to be grateful when I feel I failed. If there is a message I could write down, I will give it. She has at least one ally in the city. I could deliver it there. Her friend is very protective of her and would make her own call. I would invite her to read this message and decide if it should be delivered. But I at the very least will visit this ally from time to time and make it known that I'm still here and still open to helping reunite the both of you. Though apparently, if I am to be charmed magically, it could last years, and therefore I cannot be trusted.
Yeah.
I can
She
only
has
hope
good...
she gets curious and chooses to reach out.
She has good reason to be as suspicious, perhaps. And I worry that, in my previous experiences with her, that pushing her may ensure she never wants to at least be curious.
Well, I will handle it as you see fit. If I should not make myself known to this ally, if I should not reach out further for a time, I will not.
I think, for now, I can take solace in that she is safe and has friends.
Did you?
And for
That perhaps
now.
is pushing, but if you want to meet this ally,
If she's not willing, then I think we should wait. I don't know how long I've been in here, and I don't even know how long it's been since she's last heard from me.
from what you have told me of her, she has been here 7 years and just communicated for a time at least. So it is less than that, is the most I can tell you.
It's hard to tell sometimes. Again, you were beyond kind to even try, and if she wants to see me, she knows where to find me.
I have faith she will. I cannot say how quickly she will come to trust, but to know you are near, if it was my own mother and I had not seen of or heard of her for years, I would not stay away long. Magically compelled messenger or no, I would wish to know more. But in this and in any other thing I can help you with, do not hesitate. I cannot immediately, if I find a way, I will gladly do so, release you from this jam. But in the meantime, you're still a person, and a person is worthy of help.
You are too kind for this world.
I am as kind as I think most are in their hearts, whether they show this or not.
Thank you, Kiroso.
You are quite welcome.
May I have some time alone?
I can return you to your vessel, or I can simply just close my mind to whatever is preferential.
The vessel works.
I will return in time. I think we are traveling later. I can either leave you longer than that, or...
No, I'll be ready.
I will check before we leave. If you need more time, that will be acceptable. And once we are reunited, you are more than welcome to initiate a conversation if you need it. I will check in from time to time. But for now, be with your thoughts.
I will.
Just return that gem, and then just kind of chill, get some breakfast. I don't know. I must just start nosing through their kitchen.
Nosing through their mostly empty kitchen, because after the time skip, they had to throw out almost everything and start from scratch, but they did refill some things, so everything is very new, but not as full as a regular pantry would be. But in any case, the preventers, you have all completed your long rests. Various folks are shuffling around. Valen, I imagine, is still in his study. Kemen is currently donning his armor, and the rest of you can do whatever you like as you start your day.
I think Rylan will wake up and go check on Zalzir because he knows he has separation anxiety.
He does. As soon as you pick him up, oh, darling, did you sleep well?
I think so. Did you?
What? I don't really. Yes, it was great.
Very nice. I assume you don't need to rest any longer?
Nope, I'm ready to go.
Okay. He'll just exposition just to have fun. Run him through the itinerary for the day, going to Waterdeep, going to fight some demons in Nerja's mind, going to whatever else we're doing. Get his mace back.
He'll just listen intent on every word you say, and then, well, I'm strapped and ready to go. Let's go.
Okay. He looks over the other gyms. He's like, I'll let everybody else get everybody else. And he'll just walk out into Valen's office, because I'm sure that's where Valen is.
Valen's office. he's in the study where he normally is.
Yeah, he's just jotting. He's like just theory crafting on his paper. But hey, you woke up.
Did you think that I wouldn't?
No, I'm just surprised you're one of the first.
Okay. Okay. I don't think Rylan. I think Rylan would have had this talk with Valen last night. I'm just now remembering because I thought about it and I was like, I already have my spells picked out.
Got you.
You don't think we need Zone of Truth for the next couple of days, right?
Well, we're going into Nerja's head to fight some demons. We have to hunt a demon in here for Kiroso. It might be useful for that, but no, it's not, because we were given instructions just to kill it. So, no, I don't think we do.
We have to do what?
Oh, speaking of Kiroso, once the kitchen was basically empty, I would have just gone back to hang out with Valen until people hung up. I don't know if I'm there or not yet, but
I imagine you were.
Kiroso walks in, like,
sure,
hey,
here now.
yeah.
I think in a way, I imagine Helda and Nirja would probably be on their way over because this seems to be like the meeting hangout.
Yeah.
Unless the two ladies have anything else in mind, you can go ahead and move yourselves into that room and then just say that you likely arrived at some point. If not, then obviously you can go about your morning however you'd like to.
Well, I was gonna say, and depending upon Kit, what you want to do, Nirja was gonna go check on Helda and just have a chat.
Okay.
Oh, very good then.
Yeah, so we'll hop to you guys then. I just wanted to make sure if you wanted in on the conversation that you guys weren't awkwardly like, am I awake yet? So I'll hop over to you two afterwards. But so in the room is Ryland, Kemen, Kiroso, and Valen.
So no, I'm preparing to fight otherworldly beings as my loadout for today. And Zone of Truthing them typically is a waste of time at best.
Fair enough.
Just to clarify, you are set on this person being a demon because...
I mean, a fiend. Demon, kind of just local parlance.
That was not my... The specificity of the word demon was not my conundrum. I was more concerned that it could just be a man. Just a normal person.
I feel like there's a lot of this conversation I missed out on, but if you point me to him, I'll let you know what he is or is not.
There is a human potential creature. Oh, we would like you to look at him at some point too. But he met with someone called Kairu, who was banished by the Infinite from, at least hampered from being able to enter the waters, and was inferred to Kiroso as something that should not ever enter the waters and should be destroyed.
Yes.
Not at that particular time, and not by Kiroso, I believe, were the two stipulations at the time of speaking.
At the time, I do not know if it means I should never do so, or if I should do so later. Though it was convenient, I suppose, that I was not to do so then. The beach was very crowded.
Yeah. So I put that on the docket of people who need to be removed.
Okay. So the Infinite doesn't throw you out of it?
Well, I am in the Infinite. Every day I am in the city.
Every time I've tried to go to the Infinite, I just... Next thing I know, I'm somewhere else.
Oh, well, I suppose at least once you are a shark, and that is not an ideal way. If you would like to visit the Infinite in a much more constructive way, I need enough warning to prepare water breathing, but I can take you with me.
I still have polymorph prepared if you want to go as a shark again, though.
That is a
Rylan doesn't remember that we did that, right?
That is a terrible plan.
Rylan doesn't remember that we did that with Irene, right? That memory was removed. It was just that he's tried to go in the water, and every time he's...
I think every time other than the shark was removed.
Correct. The shark you maintain, if I remember correctly. Yes, because you remembered everything, but she didn't. And you were ejected.
I just know at the last time we did a wipe, there was a big wipe of the Infinite. I just don't remember how much of that was maintained.
You maintained the shark nonsense.
Okay. I just remember being a shark, going down there, and then I was in the air flying.
It was strange to observe, yes.
Oh, you saw me? Did
You
I
were
look
a
cool?
shark high in the air above the Infinite. Yes, I saw this.
Did I look cool?
Sure. Mostly you looked confusing.
I was confused. I was also a shark.
Can you imagine
Last
reading
time-
the body language of a confused shark in the air?
I think it was more. I think it's like more the situation was confusing, not necessarily the shark was confused.
That's what I'm just like, that is so funny to be like, he seems confused.
In any case, it is a spell I have to prepare, but I could grant you the ability to breathe underwater as I do, and take you with me.
I think that might be a good idea. Last time he turned me into an animal, before the shark, he turned me into a bird of prey, and we were flying over. We were looking for Treebender, actually, our owlbear, and and we ran into the Bobard bitch, and the instincts just kicked in, and that hurt a lot.
Oh yes. I don't often interact with people who also shapeshift, and it happens very frequently. It sounds like with Valen around. I do not do it often, but it is always strange to me to hear because I retain myself, and you do not.
There's a way to do that and retain yourself.
Jace, if you would like to try,
Hey,
What?
I can teach you. It takes time and effort to learn the druidic ways, but I could begin to teach you.
He says he could turn me into a shark and I'd remember things and be myself.
No. I can teach you to turn yourself.
No, you would have to turn yourself into the
It
shark.
would take some time and a dedication to the druidic path.
I feel like Riley
Also,
just
likely
got
would
super
not-
confused with the boss. Like, no, you have to do it yourself. Like, what?
You can also do it in a wizardly fashion. If you, I believe, remember my teachings. If you specialize in transmutation and made an artifact or two, you can maintain some of your mental faculties.
In any case, it is much easier to just gain the ability to breathe underwater, and you would not even have to work. You would just sink with what you are wearing.
How did Irene never think of this? Anyways, this is a great idea. I think we should do this. We still have some demons to beat up first.
And I also do not have the spell. It was something I would need to know.
I have my hammer to pick up.
The night
And
before.
speaking of spells, I did get my daylight spell, so I have that ready to go too. So if we do run into that dragon, I can help.
Oh, that's a good idea. I did not prepare this. I was not ready to fight the dragon.
Well, we're not fighting a dragon, hopefully, but we'll see. Who knows?
Well, I'm ready. I really want to try and see what this gift Unicorn Lady gave me does, but I don't want to waste my power yet. But I have a target in mind. Well, the theme of the day is hunting demons, right?
I suppose, Jess.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? I'll give it a shot. And Rylan will try to cast Hunter's Mark, focusing on the winged fiend that he was shown with Valen. That he believes, or he was told at some point, was somewhere in the city potentially.
Okay.
With emphasis on locating it.
With emphasis on locating it. This is going to be a little unique just because of the particular sort of almost like the time of day that it is. So just go ahead and give me a luck roll. So that would be just a d20 to see what comes up. And we will get back to that after we cut to the ladies in the morning. So near Jenhelda.
Cut to the ladies.
Cut to the ladies.
There's Jenhelda.
Near Jenhelda.
I assume that uses a spell slot.
Scene
and,
start.
Oh,
I'm gonna.
sorry. Like, I didn't realize that we had to start that. So Nirja's gonna go up to Helda's door and just like knock quietly, and just say, "Hey, you awake yet?"
You would hear like a slow creaking as the door opens.
Oh, hey,
Hi.
how are you doing?
Not great.
Did you get any sleep?
I managed to. It was in and out, but I got some sleep in the 8 hours. Yeah.
All right, that's good. At the very least, everybody's congregating in the other room. Do you feel like going right now, or do you need some more time to yourself, or is there anything I can do to help?
I don't know if there's anything anyone can do right now. Just... I need to know what happened, and I don't think we can figure that out right now.
Yeah. Well, let's go ask Valen and see how we could figure it out. Wasn't he talking about his imaginary friend? I think he was talking about his imaginary friend being able to like figure out what like happened with the body and whatnot.
Jab.
I think it's Jub. Jib.
Okay.
Jub.
He promised this guy would fix it. Okay.
I'm not sure if Jub could fix it, but he certainly can get details.
That's what Valen promised me.
Okay. I don't remember that. But yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, come on. Let's go. Just, I don't want you to get your hopes up too high. Again, the imaginary friend aspect of this is what, I don't really get it, but usually it happens overnight, and Valen doesn't sleep, so I figure he has, like, magic or something like that he does.
All right. Okay, ask him about the imaginary friend. Maybe he has some answers. Okay.
Yeah. Because you're just never seen Jub or anything like that, so.
Jab. Okay.
No. All right, so, yeah, she's gonna...
You've seen the fruits of their conversations, but no, you've never seen.
Exactly. So she's just gonna beckon Helda into Valen's study.
All right. She'll follow her lead. And as they cross the threshold into the study, she's gonna be like, "What the jam say?"
Jam.
Oh, Jub.
Good morning to you too.
Good morning indeed.
Good morning.
I do have news. Are you ready for it?
Are you ready for it? Bah.
Does Rylan do this?
It was you who killed this man.
Oh.
How do you know?
I saw it. The Jub has the ability to draw out the history of a creature through its bones. So we had to extract a rather large bone, but we saw what happened, and you two were in a fight of some size, as we saw bodies on the floor.
Oh.
He was wielding 2 swords. You disarmed him, broke quite a few ribs, and then his neck. We didn't get to actually see your face, but we saw you from behind, and
So how did he know it was me?
it looked like you from behind.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I mean, let's be honest. Anyone who is martially, inclined in this world, you're unfortunately likely to get into some kind of scuffle. And if you don't remember much locally, she has retrograde amnesia, right? Like everything past a certain point, she doesn't remember.
It's spotty. There are bits that she kind of remembers, but yeah, it's not. After a certain point, memory seems solid, but as far as she's concerned.
So, I just want to put it this way: this is probably not the first or the last time this happened. What's curious about it is that you put it in not that you put it in the bag, but it ended up in the bag. Now, I have a couple of theories as to what this bag is, but beyond that, I want you to know and rest assured that this was not an innocent man. They were, in looking throughout its life, he was a mercenary of some kind who was tied to Budai.
Budai?
Yeah, it's an enemy.
Oh, if he's tied to Budai, that's definitely... That's good.
We told you about him before. He's in the category of bastard.
Firmly in that category.
Yeah.
And the people he's associated with.
My original trio, Nirja, Valen, and Ryland. History checks, please.
Never.
History.
Oh gosh.
I rolled it. Oh wow! Good job, Valen.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
hey!
Must be the money.
There's the other half of the 3 finally.
It's not a half, Blandy.
Which is why it
Yeah.
makes
It is
it
the round
better.
20s.
I do like the idea that it's the other half.
I found the other half.
Remainder.
Finally.
Nirja, it hits you probably as they're saying it, but for Valen and Ryland, as you're saying this and kind of recalling, you do remember that an older contact of yours, Garai, was also kind of enlisted by Budai. It was more or less against his will, but he did have to do some tasks because of him.
Oh.
I think as Ryland's like, oh, well, if he's it, well.
I wanted to give you the option. I can talk to bodies. If you want, it's relevant. It's yes or no questions. But if you have any questions to get some solace or closure, then I'm willing to assist in that matter. The other thing.
I would like that.
Okay. All right, we're gonna prepare not on my study table. Is there another table we could use?
I think Ryland was already halfway clearing off the table.
I think Kevin's gonna just be like, you don't need the whole body to be attached, right? Like,
No, it's
all right. Well,
it's best. Helda, can you leave the room for a moment? I don't want to. You seem to have some delicate sensibilities, and I don't want to disturb you.
She may be delicate, but those fucking muscles aren't. But in general, the body's kind of mangled. We had to get it back in his bag, and it's like a smaller bag or something. So.
Okay.
Yeah. And as soon as she leaves, and Nerja, if you could go with her just to keep her calm, I'd appreciate that. And as soon as they're gone, he's gonna pull out the body, try to like use some janky shit, make sure the arm doesn't look completely mangled, and the finger just kind of put like loosely as to where it was.
Is Ryland able to notice the tomfoolery?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That arm was not bandaged and weirdly squishy on one side, and that finger, you watch Kevin kind of like line it up to where it's supposed to be.
Like Ryland's just giving the disappointed dad look.
Look, we needed to get information. The tooth wasn't enough.
Ryland's just gonna help put the body back together in a somewhat respectable manner.
Yeah.
With Ryland's help, it's better.
Okay. Yeah. And
Now down the stairs.
we found him like
Kevin tripped and dropped him down the stairs. He was like that this morning.
Oh my god. That's
We found him this way. Oh man.
Oh, God.
All right. So, Helda, once we're done, we'll call her back in. And you have 3 questions you could ask. The answers can be yes, no, or maybe from this particular creature. So,
It can also lie, which would have been great to have the zone of truth. Actually, I do think I still have it. I took off a locate creature, hoping Hunter's Mark was gonna save the day. So if I could do it,
it's dead though. Does it get a save?
didn't we do that once?
You did do it. It was a kind of a unique situation. You're fairly certain it wouldn't work here.
Ryland would be like, I'm just messing with you. It wouldn't work anyways.
So, Helda, when you're ready.
Yes, no, or maybe, you said.
Mm-hmm.
What can I ask him? It's important.
That's up to you. What's important to you? What do you need to know?
What I need to know is more than a yes or no, or maybe.
Maybe we can
Well-
suss out the yes or no questions if you like state what your questions are, and then maybe we can narrow it down from there.
Where did we fight?
How about you start with, am I the one who fought you? You can maybe ask if he was working willingly with Budai. But at least gives you 2 answers. If the willingly is a yes, then that reaffirms that he was potentially not good. If it was a not willing, then perhaps we should find a
Way to get him home.
She's got this look on her face like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Did I
I
kill
will
you?
ask you this before we begin, Hilda. These questions are likely to lead to more questions, and those questions will not be so easily answered. Is this going to help you or drive you further into chaos?
Fair too.
I think it is likely impossible for now to know exactly what happened. But I will tell you this, and hopefully it is something you will feel and know stronger than I do. For I am relatively new to knowing you, but you know yourself, and I would tell you that whether you remember this man or this conflict, you are very much the person you are now that you likely were then. And if you were to fight a man to the death now, it would be for good reason. I think that would hold true for who you were then.
What if the bag is not a repository for her soul, but it was for her memories?
I would say that that is not a helpful line of inquiry into the problem at hand, which is...
I'm gonna zone of truth the bag, goddammit. Bring it out.
I still think,
Despite Valen's curiosity
give a
about
bag of
objects
hope.
at this time, I would ask you to trust yourself, for I trust you, as I think I'll do here.
Yeah.
It is not something I can quite understand the feeling of not knowing your own history. And we are seeking to help you with this, but I suppose my question is, if you knew exactly the circumstance, I do not know that it could change much about the circumstance itself. The honest truth is, there could be more bodies in that bag. I do not think there are. You likely had many battles, and if you did, there are likely many others who fell at your hands, because clearly you did not lose these battles.
True.
But I do not think that these were malicious. I do not think that these are victims so much as casualties, which maybe that is just a pretty word for people who have died. But if they came against you, or they came against someone you cared for or were required to protect, then you did what you must. As we all do each day.
That's very true. So,
If you would like to still ask your questions, I will not stop you. I just wanted to point out that they perhaps will not be helpful.
It would not bring me peace, I know this. But this is the only moment, or the only chance I've had in a very long time to remember anything at all. And right now what she's feeling is like, I wish it was more than just a yes or no question. you know, that kind of that's what's frustrating her right now. Okay.
If you really want to get answers, I can ask Kurugu for the spell that gives us more questions and more detailed answers.
Oh, we're looking for more information. Again, it is a costly ritual, and it sounds like this was a bad man. But we could... I guess you were saying that resurrection is complicated, but...
I was going to do Speak with Dead.
I understand what you are going to do, but I also have an option, is all I am saying.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't
Not
waste anything
come
even
back
close to a resurrection.
As he is, necessarily.
Are you going to put him in a tree or something?
No, the magic at my disposal. If I ask this gift of nature, it is... A body is formed. It is not always the body that was lost.
Oh.
The former necromancer goes, oh.
You're making me worse, Andy.
I don't know if he's worth that. That seems like a tremendous amount of power, and there's far more people worthy of that gift.
I do not
Obviously.
think there is a single soul that is beyond redemption.
Oh, I can name a few.
So, I take it we're going to come back to this situation later then?
How about this? I'll get the spell from Kurugu, and you think about it. And if you later want me to cast it, then I'll do so. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
I'm gonna pick it up on the way back from Waterdeep because I'll be landing in her house anyway. So I'm sure she'll be thrilled. I will not. Oh, you're taking us back. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I was very confused for a moment, but
Do you
It might
think
be
I'll need my
good.
base for Waterdeep?
Yeah.
no. I also have a time-sensitive appointment and I need to be there before a certain time. So
Your teacher.
We had an appointment in Waterdeep. I thought the only appointment we had time sensitive was with Severe.
Yeah. What other appointment do we have?
One that I'm not going to tell you about. Just trust
Excuse
me.
me?
Trust me. It'll be fine.
Rather, like now instead of between the two magic casters, now he's looking between Nerja and Valen.
So are we stuffing this body back inside a bag or what?
We're stuffing it back in my bag because we put it
we
back in
just
hers.
unbroke all the bones, kind
I
of.
know,
We have to put it back in.
I know, yeah.
All right.
Definitely did not unbreak them. They are very much broken.
I
You
don't.
can make it look like it's not broken after it was broken. So
Yep. The problem is we can't travel with it. Like I don't want to leave here, and if Kanja or somebody walks in, this big ass, just a body on the table. You know what I mean? It's not.
it's just like on the dining room table.
Yeah. By the way, that's not the first time she's seen that from us. So.
Well,
Leave a note pinned to it that says it's not what it looks like.
we'll talk to you when we get back. You know us, we're good for it.
See me if you have questions.
Yeah.
Rylan.
Oh my
Oh,
god. All right. So with the broken body being folded back up into the fucking bag, is everyone good to, I suppose, get started to head over to Waterdeep?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I do believe our dear beloved Vogli has got to go because she's got to get up at the butt crack of dawn. So,
Love you
Vogli, I
guys.
love you.
Love you.
Please
If
have
you-
a wonderful night.
Thanks. You
Good
guys
night,
too.
Bubbly.
Good
Please
night.
continue. I
Boogie
appreciate y'all.
Wugs.
We probably won't be going on for too much longer, but
Okay.
just like
Yeah,
a quick
I
intro
gotta-
into
I gotta
Waterdeep.
pass
But
out. All right. I
that's
love
all,
y'all.
yeah.
Good night.
Sleep well, girl.
Hey.
Bye.
Bye. Anyway.
Please don't forget about my
Uh,
luck roll for my hunter's mark.
Yeah, I was about to get knocked too.
Okay.
Don't worry, because I was like, we're gonna make sure. I was trying to get her out as close to midnight as possible. So I was like, it's 12:03. Let me get her out of here.
Happy birthday clock, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you.
Just like-
The stages of confusion in their space is worth it.
I agree. The scrunched expression. But yes, you set off your hunter's mark. But yeah, I love that you were just like, I used my D10 Halloween inspiration because I figured it was bad. And I was like, yeah, it was. A 9 is
No,
really
it could have been a random table.
Yeah, luck roll is usually you want it to be high, but yeah, no, obviously you knew because you were like, let me just get an extra number under the table.
I also want to tell you what it
almost-
was, so you were just like, where the fuck?
Yeah, I was about to type to you. I don't know if you saw, but when you were typing,
Yeah.
I was like, I'm assuming, but I forgot I gave you 2 because you came back with a different
Yeah.
costume. Because I was like, wasn't it a D20? What's going on? And then I remembered. Anyway, as you set off this hunter's mark, I'm gonna kind of flavor it a little bit just because I want your hunters or your inspiration to kind of be like a boost almost. So as it starts, initially, I think there's a moment in this conversation where you are talking to Helda where Ryland fully zones out. Just is still standing there, but it seems as though he's just not like paying attention to the sounds or whatever is happening within this room for just a moment. And Ryland, it is nearly a sense of being overwhelmed again. And truthfully, it reminds you very much of when you connected with Magumo and you sensed everything and you felt everything. And in a way, it's so different because it's not all the grass and all the living things because that forest is teeming with life. Instead, it's the connections, the travel routes within the city, as if you are watching everyone's route through the city simultaneously that has ever walked. And it is very overwhelming very quickly. Pathways that are kind of branching off and you don't even know where to focus. But in just a moment, you watch as all of those little like tendrils you're seeing spiral throughout the city. And even from where you're standing, one of them in particular seems to suddenly just brighten up and glow in a very familiar green that you've constantly been surrounded with, especially when you were casting something. And as that one seems to glow and get brighter and brighter and brighter, you watch as all the other paths start to kind of fade away. And you're able to focus finally on that one particular path. And you watch as it kind of snakes its way through the city. It's been to a number of places. It hasn't been terribly far from the estate, but it hasn't come close to the Preventor's home. Instead, it has gone near the Infinite. You've seen it go near the palace, but not going inside. It visits a few different places, the bazaar and a few other smaller shops, but eventually you watch as the trail kind of disappears into a doorway that seems to be in the more seedy end of the city. But you sense that should you get past that door, that path would continue on. And just as you kind of find where that disappears, you feel almost like your consciousness getting sucked back the whole trail that you followed all the way back into yourself again. That little tether still kind of tingling in the back of your mind. You know where it goes, you know where to follow it. But you are here again and yourself again.
I feel like initially he probably like was holding his head, fell down to one knee. I was like, I'm good. As it started cleaning up, he's like, oh, okay. I'll stand back up. And then as we start going back, I think he's gonna like teeter back a little bit and maybe fall on his ass.
That is the most Ryland thing where it's just like, I don't know this yet, but I'm going to tell you all it's all okay. Don't worry about it. It will be okay, and I don't know that, but I'm going to tell you it's okay.
You all right, man? The helmet on too tight?
And he's gonna pull out like paper. Please. And he's gonna start drawing what he remembers of the route and try and put as much detail as he can of like with references of where this magic door is and bullshit.
Yeah. It's a door that Ryland hasn't seen, but Flandy has.
As soon as he disappeared through a door, I was like,
son of a... Yes, you're able to track that through. But Kiroso, you would be the first to kind of recognize just the pathways through the city that you know very well. And that it seems to disappear into an area that has not been like fully developed within the city, likely because it was like one of the farthest points from the Infinite, and most of civilization kind of like to stay as close to that as possible. It's still within the city walls, but it's almost like no one's really out there. But you do recognize that it disappears in that direction.
Why aren't you drawing this path through the city?
my leaky gave me a gift.
And why aren't you drawing this path through the city?
Wherever this door is one of the creatures that defaced my face.
Do I know that your face is defaced? I don't know if that's news to me or not.
I think you've seen him without his mask, right?
The only time I know it was taking it off.
I don't think he knows like the backstory behind it.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think Rylan would have explained it, or I don't think there was a chance.
What did you mean defaced your face?
Oh. That he'll cast exposition. He's like, my people, we have markings. These are not my original markings. This one is the last one by Talona's bitch ass, and these two is Melodious Master, and they're fighting over my face right now. If this one gets removed, it sets off a platonic bomb thing. I don't know what these two mean yet, but apparently they're 17s instead of V's.
2 questions. Do those markings mean anything to me for any reason? I doubt it, but worth asking.
Same question.
Yeah, all right. I'm posting the artwork for Helmetless Rylan in DT, so you can see that he has some like tattoos that are platonic. I almost said Hesina.
Is that the Triforce?
That's not even Roman numerals, Foos.
It's just magic,
lines.
you fuck. We've been through this. Anyway, I need religion checks for the 2 who are looking into this. Planting don't
That tracks.
It was the high pitch. That's magic, you fuck.
If you go higher, it feels less, harsh. So I was like, this is a funny thing, not a mad thing. So I'm just gonna make sure I sound like a chipmunk when I
wasn't ready for it.
It's because it's come up a couple times, and I was like, listen, it's not that you guys couldn't see the 1 and the 7 in the V. It's that it's a magic thing. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately for Kiroso, nothing seems familiar about it. I think you would just recognize that one of them is clearly the symbol of a deity, one that you certainly do not follow and are not aware of. But the V's, I would just say you recognize, like, it's probably not a deity of any kind, but that is strange. For Helda, you would recognize that the top one, the triangle with the 3 drops, is the mark of a goddess named Talona, who is the goddess of poison and disease. No one really follows her. She's not a deity in which she has devout followers. Instead, she's almost kind of like a convenient deity, where if someone is poisoned or diseased, then they'll pray to her to be like, please don't kill me. I'm in a bad way and you control this, so if you don't mind showing me some mercy. But she also is not known for making contact with a lot of people. She is very elusive, but you, again, never seen a worshiper. It's real weird to have that tattooed on your forehead. So you can see that that is one of the marks. But the V's, again, much like Kiroso, you would notice that that's certainly not a deity, but you don't know what that is either way.
Second thing, if this door is far away from the infinite, I took your boy far away from the infinite. Is this also in the vaguely northeastern section of town?
Yes.
Okay. Doesn't necessarily mean there's a correlation, but worth keeping in the brain space.
Might this be the one that a snake boy was very tired outside of?
I'm still remembering when Victor was like, I'm very tempted to just roll your body off this fucking building. Like just a big limp noodle falls off the side of a building. It's vaguely in that area, but not, necessarily a one-to-one. There's a strange imprint of a snake body in the sand that has not been cleared away.
Amazing.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, thick boy too.
So you have received these gifts from. So is this now something that we should do immediately because
not a
deities are urging us to do so?
Not a gift. From my understanding, if Talona's markings disappear.
No. You said the path is a gift. The path is a gift.
Oh. Okay. Yes. Very much a gift. Sorry.
Something we should then act upon.
It was more to see how it worked. And now I know how it works.
So this door is not relevant, or it is?
No more important than the other things we have to do at the moment.
Okay.
Waiting for Valen to throw something at him. Return fire.
Yeah.
Long story short, I was told of 4 beings that were involved in the ritual of defacing my markings. We've taken care of one of the 4. And we found out through, I believe it was Wada. Yeah? Wada?
That is the name of
Cardrono's god?
Cardrono's god, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I believe it was through him we determined that there was one of them that resided in the cities at some point. And I was curious if I could find him.
So it sounds to me like we are still going to Waterdeep, and then we are going to enter Nurge's mine, and then perhaps after we deal with these.
Perhaps. We do need to pick up my hammer first.
Before we go to Waterdeep.
Who did I just watch get flung across the map?
Where is he? She was in the other room.
I just saw Token go, woo!
Yeah. It's funny when you're on the receiving end, because like if you're dragging it, you're like, that was just a 1-to-1. I watched it go from one spot to the other, but everyone else watches it go, whee! Like slide across the map.
But yes, in whichever order.
So we need to get your hammer before we go to Waterdeep, or not?
Are we killing any fiends or demons?
Did
or
you have
anything
another
in
weapon
Waterdeep?
just in case?
Oh, I have another weapon. It's just
Then we should be okay.
I don't anticipate fighting demons in the street in broad daylight in Waterdeep.
Well,
But,
I've seen you do. Anyways, that's fine.
Look, you
Are we
know
ready?
the security in Waterdeep. If anything significant was to happen, we'd
To be fair, I did not leave that garden very often.
All right. Well, first off, we'll have the protection of Rhaenys and her constructs and the rest of the academy if need be. And then, I don't know where you guys are going, but I have to make a short trip, which isn't too far in a fairly well-policed district. So,
Who's going with you on this trip?
Kevin's going.
Yep.
I want to go.
Where are we going?
To Waterdeep.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna grab lunch with someone I need to get information from.
Oh, I'm definitely going.
I would love to go as well. If that's possible.
No, it's not like that. It's not gonna look good in a crowd.
Nope, you can't go by yourself.
I'm not going
I know
by
you have
myself.
Kemen, but if you both disappear at the same time, now that's 2 of you that are gone, and now nobody can report back that you're missing because the queen just snatched you up.
Look, he's easy to get snatched up because he's like real weak and feeble or whatever. But like I can protect both of us. We'll be fine.
You can protect both of you from the queen.
When was the last time you lifted anything? Sorry.
Look, you're not wrong. You just have to say it out loud.
I know. I don't mean disrespect by it. I'm just stating facts.
So we're gonna go ahead and start drawing the circle.
No. It'll just, yeah. No, I gotta talk to Rhaenys first. He'll just. This is a quick.
Ryland's with completely non-magical chalk. He's just drawing his own version of the circle to the best of his memory of what these things look like. Just helping out. If the finer details, he'll leave blank for Valen to fill in.
I was literally about to be like, "This is your I'm helping."
Yeah. Real quick, sending to Rhaenys, just using our cipher, just letting her know that as long as she doesn't mind, I'd like to travel to her academy and discuss a creature of which no one else knows, and a bit of forbidden knowledge, but there is some risk to it. I'm not going to go too far to it, but just forbidden knowledge about a creature that I think she should be made aware. Our trip is going to be short. We're not going to be in her hair for very long, and then we look to,
Sir.
yeah. All right, I'll cut it down. Rhaenys, we're looking to go soon. Need to talk about a creature. Not going to stay long. See you soon, hopefully. Bye.
Just want you to know I counted that.
Count all the ums.
That's a word
Go
right
as a
there.
DM is going to be terrifying.
Oh my god, I'm ready for it though.
All the
I'm ready
rules.
for it. It's fantastic.
Podcast ending. Write this shit out first.
He normally does.
I normally do. This is just inconsequential.
No,
you know
you're
what I mean?
fine.
Like just.
It's all good. But yes, you are able to send that message, and shortly after, a couple of like seconds, it feels like, is just a right. I will meet you there. I will see you soon.
Sounds good. All right, we're clear. What the hell did you do to the floor?
I think I got most of it. I left the sigils for you because I know I don't know them.
I think I got most of it.
Okay. Yeah.
I was going to go to give you a convenient way back. Did you not need most of us to go? It sounds like there is a conversation with your own mentor and then a lunch you have to do. I mean, if there are things for the rest of us to accomplish, that is fine. And also, we do not have to accomplish anything.
Honestly, the Waterdeep trip is primarily for myself. But if people want to go, I have no problem with that either.
I'm happy
I
to
can
come
gi-
if only to save you the space.
Oh, we have to go see the kings first, anyways.
They have a
Before you leave.
message.
Yes.
we
Oh,
gotta
good
pick it up.
point. Yeah, we would have left without the
Kiroso,
message. That
that
would be
I'm
great.
thinking about.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to the over to the Kings real quick.
Nope. That is no problem. The moment you kind of get up to the lobby, you see that there's one woman who's very often back there, especially in the morning. But she kind of waves you down. The Kings needed this for you, right?
Yes, for cars, I believe. But yes, thank you. I think it was cars.
Perfect. That's for you.
Thank you.
Are the same guards from earlier here?
No.
Oh,
They're
I'm
on
thinking
the-
of it since we traveled through the city. Just as I'm in the city, which is not going to necessarily be often since I'm hanging out with this crowd, I'm just going to make a point to. I'm usually chatting and saying hello to people anyway, but if I
Yeah.
happen to pass, I'm already forgetting her name. I wrote down the other name, so I didn't write down the half who ran that shop.
Salim. Yeah.
Salim. If I see, I just want to make a point to say hello and chat with her for a second if I see her.
Oh, give me a luck roll. A D20, please.
How am I spelling that?
Luck roll.
Selim.
I was close.
If I remember correctly, it should be in your Kimatha Kimane document, but I could be wrong. I'm gonna double check
you
where
know
the
what?
fuck that is.
It might be.
Yes, you should see an alchemist halfling named Salim.
That's the first double digit I've rolled.
I wasn't on that because I was looking at the other one. This is fucking hell of a roll. Bright and early in the morning, you can see she's kind of changed out some of the flowers that are in her hair. But you see her kind of holding what looks like a handful of documents and papers, like clutched onto her, like towards her chest. But she seems to be speaking with someone within the palace before turning to exit. But notices you on the way out.
Here.
Yeah, she's here. That's a good freaking luck roll. You got an 18, so she's in your path. Yeah.
All right. Doesn't want to steal a bunch of focus, but just good morning, Cindy.
Oh, good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good. You okay?
This empathy that I feel bad about. Well, point is primarily not my business. I'm a go-between. But in the meantime, I will let the people be who they would like to be and speak to who they would like to speak to. But in any case, I saw you here and wanted to speak to you and say hello.
Oh, hey, you're the
Thanks.
lady who works at Roots and Dose.
Hi, Ryland. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Your friend was trying to do something very kind, and unfortunately, strangely, I think if he was a woman, it would have gone better. But things are good. It seems natural
I'm
that
sure
you
there's
two would
magic
know
in
each
that.
other.
Rather new acquaintance.
Yeah.
Well, you're in good company, and I mean that to both of you.
Is that cactus still being mean?
Always.
All right, I'll come by later and give him a stern talking to.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he started like growing in a way that he gets like closer to me, which at first I thought was really sweet, but I realized it was so that he could make sure I walked past him and accidentally got stuck on one of his spines. But he's
That sounds
he's
like
just
him.
a cranky guy, and it's okay. He's just got to grow and do what he does best.
Well,
Wouldn't
if it's
you,
worth anything, I definitely vouch for this fine gentleman here.
I think if you are forced to be as prickly as a cactus is because your environment is hostile, you are often hostile yourself. I do not think it is personal. Not having met.
also-
Have you been to the roots in those? There's nothing hostile about that place, except for that
Sounds
guy.
like this cactus is hostile. Is my point.
Yeah, he's a little hostile. He's probably the most hostile one we have there. But I don't think I should neglect him just because he's mean.
I do not suggest this. I just meant you should not take it personally.
Oh,
Oh no, not at all.
and
Also-
Rylan will like probably spend way too long talking about like how he was really sad because of the event. The plants ran out of water, and he's trying to find ways to auto water them. And
She would genuinely be like, "That's so terrible. I'm so sorry that happened. Oh, that's a lot of good soldiers down. But they're like I said, I think it's in good hands. You'll be all right."
they're doing better now. They had help.
I
Little
did
bit.
also want to say I was attempting to do a kindness elsewhere, but if there is anything you ever need, and I can help.
Oh boy, no, I'm good. Just taking care of the plants and doing certain boring business things that I have to do every now and then. But no, thankfully, this cranky cactus is the spiciest things get. Besides you and the should have been a woman situation, but not should have. I didn't, but like for who you were talking to at the
I
time.
did not think you meant I should be a woman.
I think if you ask
Yeah.
Phelan, he can do that.
I think that is both too little and too late, and also not what was necessary. I do not wish to be duplicities.
Also, yeah, it was unfortunate, I think. But I also, even though I'm also a bit of an outsider here, I'm glad you did that. So thank you for them. I don't know if either would have thanked you, but
I suppose you are also welcome. It is. I'm glad to do so. I suppose more specifically, try to protect. Not that you can harm the infinite easily, but I feel an affinity for it. Shocking as it is that I would be drawn to the only water source, being what I am. But the people around it are also important, whether they are within the domain of my what have you. But in any case, I do not want to eat up your own morning, and I think we have places to be. But it's good to see you and say hello, and I like the new flowers in your hair.
thanks. Good luck with whatever you guys are up to. I'm sure I'll see you around again. Bye.
Have a
Kind
great
of waves with scooches all of her shit over to one hand, waves, and then heads out.
Well, I didn't expect an interaction right then, but my point is, just anytime I'm in the city, I'm going to see if I can say hello to her.
Yeah.
But I figure bare minimum, being good friends with Salim might eventually get me in where I need to be elsewhere. But also, she's very nice,
She
so
is.
might as well be nice.
Sounds like you can get in quicker if you change yourself to a girl.
It's such a hilariously unique situation because of the dryad charm and the way it works. So it's just like, ooh, that's a dude who's like, I'm here on behalf of your mom, who is famous for charming men.
All I know is
Ooh
this.
boy.
If I was there under charm, she still was reaching out. Damn it.
Yeah, exactly. But it's, you had all single-digit rolls for your persuasion, and that was no bueno.
What
But
do
yeah,
you
you're
mean
able
by
to
get in easier, Rylan? What does that even mean?
I don't know. That's what she said.
Well, I understand what she meant, but what do you mean get in?
I don't know. Anyways,
Here's Alzir. I know what that means, but you don't get to hear that. That's only Riley.
oh yeah, what do you mean? So what does it mean?
I'll tell you when you're older, darling.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
What?
Unless that was internal thought. I don't know how that works, or if you're talking about
It
that.
does.
And he almost Rylan talks out loud almost all the time.
I
Unless he
assumed that was the
specifically
vibe.
says, yeah. Unless he has a very specific reason or an understanding that This should probably be private.
Mhm. Then out loud it is. But yeah, you're able to pick up the letter, have a quick chat with the owner of the Roots and Does, and I assume are then heading over to the Watchful Order to meet with Raisa.
Correct. Yep. Exactly.
All right, cool. Chalk nonsense having been done, you guys are able to finish the teleportation circle and hop on in. Thankfully, you did give her a bit of a heads up. So as the air around you seems to be kind of like be displaced as you guys are as well, most of you are sent to a place that you do remember. The teleportation circle bringing you to this open space in which you are in a sort of a spot that's kind of closed, not closed off, but like connected to what seems to be a study of some kind, perhaps a library. But as you arrive in this space, you see two animated armors that are standing bolt upright in the doorway of this space before, after you're there for a few seconds, from a bit of a distance, you hear, "I'll be right there. 1 second." You guys find
Just
yourselves here.
stand still for a bit. Don't touch anything. Looks directly at Helda. Don't touch anything.
What, like anything or
Anything.
Okay.
The only thing that should touch anything in this thing is your feet to the floor.
I think she would poke you in the forehead just as a joke here.
Do you think Mr. Earthgut's here?
Mr. Earthgut?
Yeah. Gruland? Growland?
Who's Earthgut? What are
That
we
was
talking
his.
about?
That was his buddy that he met when you guys were here in the
Oh,
office.
yeah. I thought it was like recent.
No, it was a while
Maybe? I don't know. We could ask Ranitza.
You
How
can ask me
far
what-
away would we be for where that garden normally is?
You
Or the greenhouse.
haven't. It's outside, and you guys are pretty high up in this building right now, so you'd have
we're
to
not-
make your way all the
Wait,
way outside and
If
get
it
over
was
there.
like 3 doors down or something like that, no pun intended, he would be like, "I'll be right back. Go say hi." But knowing it's that far away, he'll refrain.
Okay. What did you need exactly?
Well, I wanted to offer you a chance to learn about a creature that the world does not know about and is extremely dangerous and seems to be a construct of some kind.
You've encountered this.
Yes, very recently. Also, not going to lie to you, there is an element of potential danger to yourself by learning this. So, all cards on the table.
Color me interested. I guess you are doing some good out there, huh?
We're trying.
At the very least, it's important for our records.
And that's why I decided to see you.
And
We
I
have
see you brought new friends?
Yes, Kiroso and Helda are...
It's great to meet you. But if you just needed to speak with me, we can do that, and the rest can do other things.
Yes.
Curiosity, was that a direct, like, you're not supposed to be here, get the fuck out? Or was it interpreting Valen as being private in this moment?
Give me an insight check. Helda,
like
you're
rather-
welcome to do the same if you... Good.
Rather would have turned Lucy into the mastiff before we went through knowing how she
Okay,
is.
it's just a little dog. Okay. I like that you like smushed it. Holy shit! Nice. Okay. You, I think, for Kiroso, you would notice that as Valen was introducing the two of you, she was already kind of like checked out. So when the names came, she was like, okay, whatever. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem to be personal or specifically directed at the two of you being new. You can tell that she's just like, if we have stuff to do, let's go fucking do that, and then they can do whatever they want. And for Helda, you would notice that she, all of those details, as well as the idea of like, I just want to focus on whatever the heck he has to tell me. I'm far too busy to deal with your friends and whatever the fuck they want to do. So it's less that you don't belong here as much as she just wants you out of her hair. Just like, let us focus on what I want to do, which is figure out whatever the heck he just told me.
And just to triple check, there was nothing anyone has to do in Waterdeep other than Valen.
You can... Well, Yeah, you guys could take this note to Bakaris.
When and where do we meet you so I can bring us all back?
What time is it? It's like 9 in the morning, right? It's super early.
It's pretty early. I mean, you guys could have waited until it was later in the morning also. Like, you have enough time to kind of plan that out.
Yeah, we could spend the morning in Waterdeep. He'd rather be early than late anyway. You can meet me at Joe's Chicken and Waffles, 2 blocks over there.
I think there's a moment where she kind of looks over the team and is just... They look ripe and prepared for the city.
Oh. And Rylan will use his firbolg magic to change himself into a normal-looking elf.
Should we be disguised? What is this?
No, but the Valen told me that I should do this when I'm here.
The less attention you bring to yourselves in the city, the better.
Less.
Emphasis on less. Yeah, if you can... I mean, looks like Kiroso. I don't know if there's a way we could do that for you, but do you have any magical illusion spells that you could use?
Not for disguise purposes, no.
Okay, all right. Do you have like a cloak or something you could throw over yourself?
Why exactly?
Valen digs in his bag for like his sand cloak thing that he bought and never used. It's just
Yeah.
Here you go. Just drape that over yourself.
I mean, I've got it in my hand for now. Like, I have zero reason to hide who I am, and I'm not about to start. So
Okay, well you can.
that's body language. I'm not.
Yeah.
You're over here like, you
Denying
see this
it,
face? I ain't covering up this face. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
All
it
right,
would be a
well-
crime, but that's not the point.
I agree with you.
So I don't insult the hostess any further. Could you deliver this to Bakaris on behalf of the kings, and just let me know. We'll meet at local restaurant not far in an hour. Sound good?
I mean, I'm already looking for an exit. I don't know where to go. Otherwise, I'd already have left because she wants us out of here.
You watch all of the animated armors kind of turn in unison and then point in a particular direction where you see there's a door.
Perfect.
Rylan kind of gives Valen a look of the "we'll talk about this later."
I'm not up to
Wearing
anything.
I feel like
serious.
as you're doing that, Kemen just kind of like shifts into your line of sight and is like, we're good, don't worry about it. It's fine.
And Rylan will be like, I remember the way. Follow me. And as they're walking away, Rylan will use the earring to say to Valen, "Are we meeting before or after your special meeting, sir?"
Before, if you must know.
And this is like quiet enough that
Yeah.
hopefully nobody else can hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
No meeting without me.
I'm not trying to. We'll discuss this later. So, hey, can you meet me at this? I just roll up with a crew.
What's up?
I feel like before Rylan gets out of range, which I don't know how well it works with how many walls there are out here, but he's just gonna be like, "I love you."
Yeah.
I feel like it cuts out like at the end. It's like I love.
He'll back up. He'll be like, "I said I love you."
Can I go across all the earrings, or just can you be that specific?
You can be, it's specific.
I was gonna say, am I just cribbing all this? Just like it's awkward.
Yeah, love you too, man. Love you too. Just don't.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. And then
yeah.
I'll keep going.
Just
Here's
trust
just wait to get you back there. I love you too.
Trust me, I'm not doing anything crazy.
So Helda didn't move.
Helda
You
didn't
probably
move?
just heard her randomly say "I love you"
Helda, could you please follow
sternly.
me?
She's your teacher, right?
She is.
So she's like a really, really good magic person.
She is, and she doesn't have a lot of time or patience.
Rylan was already ushering us out, by the way. Like
I'm
that, he
trying
was
not to
having
get
that
you
conversation
flayed,
with
sir.
Valen.
Ma'am. But
What's
okay.
wrong with your friend?
I don't know. She suffered from this creature, and I'm not sure what she wants, so I won't speak for her.
This creature I don't know about yet.
So
Correct.
he has a theory that I might be dead and my soul might be in this bag.
I think it's memories now, honestly. It's too long of a read-in right now. I'll run it by her and I'll let you know.
All right. Can I leave the bag with her?
No,
No,
take your damn bag.
come on. She doesn't like non-magic users. Let's go.
Please go. Please stop embarrassing me in front of yet another wizard.
Every wizard Valen meets, he's like, I'm better than them. But they're also my friends. So please, don't count this against me. Also, for those who are seeing her for the first time, she is a kind of middle-aged looking half-elven woman with sort of very ornate-looking robes. Numerous kind of books like hanging from various kind of like belts and such on her. She has very long blonde hair and very, very tanned skin, but she is almost always looking impatient at any point in time. And also because you guys rolled really well on your insight, I will say that the two of you kind of picked up that by default, there seems to be a bit of like softness towards Valen, but from what you've seen, it's still pretty sharp. For everyone else, it seems that like softness filter is just not there at all. But when dealing with Valen, there is clearly what she likely assumes is affection, but to everyone else seems like teasing, most likely of some kind.
That's why I'm like, Ryland have seen enough of that to know, like, we need to leave.
We gotta go.
Sorry, out the door. I just want to point out though that apparently she doesn't like non-casters, which by just the inverse means she likes casters. Plus, she's a middle-aged lady. Have you seen this man? What's she mad at me about? She should be all about Kiroso.
Also, I wish I knew you were an elf. For elders who make a lot of things, like, yeah, that's what they're like.
Yeah.
You
she's
cast in the wrong manner,
clearly.
sir.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Helda, I will keep you apprised of what your situation is.
And I take the bag with me.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
All right.
As they leave, you guys are good to go, leaving just the Githyanki brothers here. I'm just gonna
So,
keep you guys up here.
Where do I start? And he'll create a minor image of the Soul Stealer dragon to start. This is what is.
Oh, are you leaving, Rusi? She's immediately going to call that out. Please take your dog with you.
Could you please stop? Please stop. Just, Rusi, can you go to Ryland, please?
Why are we trying this woman's patience?
I don't know.
Ryland wants to keep tabs on Valen because he doesn't trust him being alone.
Dogs
not
are not
alone.
allowed in my study or my library.
Please.
Please see your creature out.
Oh, goodness gracious. Rusi, come on.
She's talking about Ruthie, right? Not us.
Rusi does not read the body language of what's happening, and when you are like, Rusi, come on, she's like, what's happening? I'm coming. It's like super confused body language. Like you see her tail going, but she's just like,
I will verify. She's like, the mean lady doesn't want you to watch over Valen, so we gotta come with us.
oh, okay. She doesn't seem mean.
Oh, she's very mean.
She just let me teleport 1,000,000 miles into her house. But anyway, yeah.
Rusi will once she leaves, she's just, as you were saying.
Soul Stealer Dragon construct has a very interesting element. Those who die to it are erased from people's memories and documentation, apparently. Yep.
Huh. That is a brand of
Vile
manipulation. I have never, well, if we had heard about it, likely wouldn't have record of it.
Yes. Correct. And I figured this would be of great interest to you. It has fought and done considerable damage to two of my teammates, one of which, Nerja, as you've met before, her glaive actually is acting like a phylactery for her soul, which is a set of problems unto itself. But as other unwelcome guests keep arriving, but without, it's of an ancient. I forgot the elven. What was it? The
Eladrin.
Eladrin. Yes, that was close.
A specific, you know this because Valen knows this, but it's a specific, a rare kind that were once known as royal Eladrins.
Yes, who were erased from history. I can almost guarantee you will not hear of a king called Calren, as that is one of the people trapped inside that spear or that glaive as a result. But there's a lot going on with this thing. Helda, the lady you just saw, had her memories. She has some form of retrograde amnesia from her encounter with the dragon, and it has the ability to rummage through people's memories and pick targets from there. It tends to pick softer targets, things that it won't, in its mindset, receive a significant amount of resistance from. It's eaten at least that civilization and a fair amount of dragonborn as well.
A couple of things come to mind as you rattle off all of this information. And the first is that I do trust you. So my first question wouldn't be that, did you lose your mind? As everything is in reference to things that perhaps have gone missing or have been forgotten, which is working against you in reference to facts. However, I do believe that you have likely encountered something like this, and especially if it has entangled itself, I suppose, with numerous of your companions. If the strength of this dragon, or whatever it was, is that it erases things, it's likely very interested in finishing the job. So I imagine your companions, and if you have encountered it, likely you, which now makes sense, as you mentioned, I was likely, perhaps, put in danger in reference to that.
Correct.
Fascinating. Obviously, the Watchful Order has no reference of such a creature, but obviously that makes sense. I will mention that individually, some of its abilities I have record of from other creatures, however. It is said that numerous Celestials can search the perhaps memories, souls, intentions, whatever that may be, in order to find some information, perhaps.
I've been the recipient of that.
But I've never heard of a Celestial bone dragon, so that's unusual. It's in the shape of a dragon, which suggests dragon, if I were to be so crude, and also it is made of bone, which suggests undead. This is an amalgamation, most likely, of strange things. Not necessarily something that perhaps was not created such a way, but it sounds like an abomination.
It looks like one.
Powerful one, at that.
It was not fun to fight.
Imagine not. Of those...
Dying.
Is
It's doing weird shit.
I think it was running out of battery, probably.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Is
it was
better?
doing the electrified thing, and you were like getting really intensely loud, and then back to normal.
Ooh,
It was weird.
as it's dying, it's just like, let's make sure she can be heard. Before I die.
Sound like one of those old radio broadcasts.
Yeah.
Oh my god, sorry about that, sorry. I was supposed to swap it out and I super forgot to. But, anywho, yes. So, an amalgamation perhaps of creatures, but also one that is intent on staying hidden for numerous reasons. If it is found, and... The other interesting fact about this, I suppose, is, as you are well aware, dragons tend to hoard things. It sounds like this one might hoard information in some way.
And souls. It has the ability to shift people into other dimensions, which I was unfortunately the victim of. And I saw dozens, if not hundreds, of skeletal, spiritual, hundreds of corpses or remains animated, and none too thrilled that I was there.
Strange creature indeed. Well, there are plenty of things that overlap in reference to combating a undead, sometimes a dragon as well. I'm not entirely sure of perhaps the celestial aspect of it. It is because it is so distinctly dragon that I am leaning less towards perhaps a construct or a summon of some kind, as that often entails another material that isn't bone.
Okay. You wouldn't happen to have a spear of Dracolich slaying or something lying around in the old archives that
well,
could be
we do
unleased,
have
loan
on loan, interestingly enough.
can,
We gather information here. We don't often have weapons to kill information, let's say. Though we do have some artifacts that may be stashed away in order for us to keep something.
and I'm
there.
sure you have business relationships with people who might have these kinds of things. It's I'm not saying that you personally happen to have a crude device like that on your person, but
my dear
perhaps
Valen, you are looking to tap me for other resources so that you can kill this creature, I see.
you want to keep it alive?
No, not at all. But
Oh,
it
thank
sounds
goodness.
dangerous, and you approaching it a second, third time, perhaps?
This would be the second. Well, third if you count the mindscape, but second in
The
person.
Mindscape. I do believe you left that out in your...
The lady you very nicely asked to leave, she has a scar on her, which somehow encapsulates an element of that creature. I tried to heal it, and I was sucked into another dimension and called out to the creature, at which it answered, and then I was then expunged out of it.
Cold out, he says.
That is also in reference to certain celestials. There are certain kinds that can sort of
details.
that can brand their victims in an effort to perhaps remind them or say they are unsure they can follow through with such a killing. They will mark them in some kind of way.
All right.
Sounds like that may have been
tracks.
what happened. Have you seen this mark on... You encountered it. Do you have one yourself?
No, I was checked rather thoroughly.
Okay. Well, good. Also, fantastic to know you brought a mole into the Watchful Order. But it should be...
We didn't discuss
suppose.
anything of import when they were...
I understand. Fascinating. It is a strange creature, to say the least. There are blanket rules towards each, the undead, the celestial, and the dragon aspects that I am gleaning from you that you may use to your advantage, and perhaps contacts within the city that I can lean on in order to perhaps get you what you need. If you plan on fighting this thing, and should you die, I suppose that means I won't remember you, which would be rather unfortunate. And I would likely forget whatever item you borrowed. So in either case, this is likely a benefit for you in some case. I really rather you not die fighting whatever this creature is.
I don't intend to.
Well, that's what everyone says.
I'm mercifully resistant to most of its attacks.
Well, there's that. I'll reach out and see who might be available to lend, perhaps, items, as well as within the Watchful Order itself.
Appreciate it. Is there anything you want me to bring back to you?
From this dragon, or in general?
Both?
Should you actually kill this dragon, if you could notify me immediately, I would absolutely love to investigate the corpse.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem at all. The other thing I want to bring up is this. There are souls trapped within this creature, and I'm not convinced that they'll be free once it's dead. And even if it's not, I did appeal to them while I was in that dimension, and they seemed receptive. I didn't want to be away from my friends for long, so I didn't prioritize those conversations. But any suggestions on communicating, or I mean, if we could destabilize its power base, that could make the fight considerably easier.
I believe my concern with that is if this creature sent you to such a plane, it would likely attempt to not do something in which you could gain the upper hand. If any of those, perhaps, souls were truly what they were, or who they were, they're likely manipulated in some way, if at the very least, a little bit of madness, perhaps? Who knows how long they've been there, and if they can even tell time anymore. You might be seeing reflections of what he might want you to see.
I didn't consider that.
I wouldn't send my enemies towards the rest of my victims to perhaps gather information on me. Imagine he wouldn't either.
Yeah, I think most people are terrified of undead, or at least attack first and ask questions later. I was uniquely prepared through a misspent youth to attempt to communicate with them.
Yes.
Ooh, I guess. Just the nitty-gritty details. Our paladin confirmed undead, but didn't seem to have any of the usual radiant weaknesses. It did not enjoy sunlight, specifically. It seemed to hide in darkness at times. Could fly really fast. Cold breath weapon. Necrotic damage.
Got it back a lot.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Got it back a lot.
Yeah.
Breath weapon.
Got it back every goddamn round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't every round. Get out of here.
It was like
Only
8 out
the
of 10 rounds.
second half of the fight. The first half of the fight, it didn't barely get it back at all.
Joe, nobody asked you. I think that covers most of it, but yeah, it was. We had some help for the fight because it was attacking my friend's homeland, which is currently in the process of being relocated. But
Yes. Well, hopefully everyone made it safe, and I imagine they are grateful that you have intercepted such an attack.
they were. It was not without cost, though.
Did the rest of the village see the dragon?
Not to my knowledge. The fight was outside of the city. If you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm. I would just be cautious of anyone who was made privy to such a creature.
Yep, that is my concern as well.
As it should be. I do believe you're likely on a timeline.
You know, if you could say that to my teammates, I'd deeply appreciate that.
She sent
Considering this creature and what you have told me of it, at least, dragons aren't known to be creatures of small egos. And considering anything it touches is erased, probably unhappy that a handful of people have left alive.
Which is in part why I wanted to tell you. Because even if we die, you'll still have knowledge of this creature. You won't know how you got it, but you'll have it.
My other, I guess, concern would be when a celestial does mark someone so that they can find them later on or perhaps communicate with them in some way, it's often a solid connection. One in which they have a little bit of control over. Have you seen that in regards to their connection, perhaps?
Control over.
Yes.
All right, funny you mentioned that. All right. So the bag that she was offering is a bag of what seemingly random objects. She's pulled things like anything from a sock to an anvil that abused magic power to very recently a dead body. And upon investigating said body, we realized it was her who killed that person, but not as like a murder. It was clearly a level of combat happening.
It's irrelevant.
Okay.
Continue.
She doesn't remember killing him, and certainly doesn't remember putting him in the bag. And that's why I thought maybe if she was under some level of control from the dragon, but...
Has she forgotten anything since you've known her?
I don't think so. Nenners can't recall anything. I don't know if Valen picked up anything, but I
Yeah, not that you know
think
of.
she
no.
has.
You could ask Ryland to ask.
That is something to also perhaps consider. There may be some ways for sirens, Mark. That's awesome. But perhaps it's in reference to her memories. Perhaps it's in reference to something else about her. Something about that mark is likely making her unpredictable in some way. Unstable, I guess, is what I should say.
Unstable is probably the best description for it. Yes.
For me, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unstable is yes. Yeah, that's strange. That's okay. So some kind of celestial corruption thing, or maybe like, what if it was supposed to collect souls and then just, I don't know, malfunctioned or
That's
got
often
corrupted,
what
or
some celestials do.
yeah, what if one decides to hoard them or is turned against its original programming?
Perhaps. Perhaps indeed. A lot of times, when dragons do collect something, it is due to perhaps an infatuation with it. Perhaps something happened to this creature's soul, and this said obsession with it grew from there. Information, perhaps.
There's been some weird soul things happening in Kamata Kimene. I think we mentioned before the
You did, yes.
the
The promising nonsense, I believe.
yes, aptly put. I don't think that. Yeah, it really wanted to. It tried real hard to kill her. I did my best to keep her alive, and thankfully it worked. But it was
Likely because she's marked. The rest of you are probably going to be targeted, I imagine. Perhaps less than your marked creature, as it sounds like that was the intention of the last fight you were in, and she made it out. So, now that you all have seen this creature, it may change its tactics.
Yeah, my plan was to rest and go at it again. Ryland's people were able to mark it and track it. So we do have a way of hunting it down in the future. But they accused me of being rash and probably bloodthirsty. But
Super
And-
vague ass way of tracking it down, but yeah.
Being perhaps... I guess focused is what I would say. Most of the time, I would scold you for perhaps some of the decision-making you've made, including attacking a dragon that can erase everything, as well as deciding to come here to, I suppose, get ready for it, and then perhaps find it. If it has a tracker on you, and you have a tracker on it, and it realizes that you're not anywhere near where you once were, then I hope you are getting there as soon as you can.
I came to Waterdeep specifically because it, unless I've misread some of its protections, it's uniquely protected against that kind of creature.
You misunderstand. If its original target wasn't you and your friends, and you and your friends are miles away and have otherwise intercepted it on a previous attack, sounds like whatever it was looking for is open for the taking.
They should be well protected, and if not, we have open communication with those people. But I will check in on them again. That's a good point.
If you take more than perhaps the next 24, 48 hours to get your shit together, I would be surprised if anything that it's initially intended to handle is not raised. Again, dragons are not known for being patient and appreciative of their egos having been damaged.
I wish deeply my teammates were here to hear this. All right.
I am very relieved deeply that your teammates are not here to hear this. I do believe we're getting much more done.
It was not a slight on your policy, just on their mindset.
I wasn't inviting remarks on my policy, but I understand where you are mentioning this. Either way, get ready. Like I said, I will reach out to whoever I can to see if they have anything they can lend you in regards to helping you slay this creature. But again, should you slay it, I would love to be near it. Once instead.
I will contact you, assuming I have the spell power to do so, as soon as it is done.
Well, in that case, you see her kind of turn, grab a scroll out of one of her bookshelves, just kind of hand it to her too. Use all the spell power you need and use this when you're ready. You recognize it as a scroll of sending.
Thank you so much. You've been an incredible help. And again, we'll be here for another few hours if you need us for anything.
For all of your blunders, you've been an incredible student, so keep that up.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your time and hospitality. It is again appreciated.
Always. I will reach out to them, and I assume I'll be seeing you later. If not, I can send a messenger to find you.
If it's okay with you, we could stop by before we leave.
Perfect.
Excellent. All right. I'll see you in a few hours.
All right. Best of luck.
Same to you.
Hospitality. We will end here as we have finished this lovely conversation. Yeah, she's prickly. But oh my goodness. But let's go raid somebody and get out of here.
Let's go raiding. Yeah.
I want to see if anybody I know is streaming.
Trying to get my boy Rylan a sword of sorting bad
in
guys.
a while. Yeah, right? I get a sword with the swords. Is that cool? Nope. Shit. I'm pushing all of the wrong buttons.
Batons.
Yeah. But no, that was fun, guys. Thanks for doing the stuffs and the things.
No.
Mourn for Joe's rolls because
I mean, plus 10.
He was saying all the right things, but it was just terrible rolls all the way down. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I'm gonna get in tight with her friend and then slowly.
Do you wanna send her a message real quick that I have been trying? No, it was fascinating.
I'm gonna actually push for nothing. I just gotta be friends. And you know what? I ain't mad at getting to know the cute halfling that runs the nature shop. That's fine.
I especially thought it was funny that Ryland was there too, and then it was just like, oh hi. So it was like, oh hi. Yeah, that makes sense. The two of you know each other, and it's like we just met. Oh okay. Well, they're cool. Okay.
That's why I was mad we didn't stop there earlier
know.
that day because I almost did. I was like, "Hey, let's stop by the plant place."
You mentioned it exactly, and
Yeah.
you even said, I think even by like name too, and you were like, maybe we should do that. And you're like, no. I was like, wow, that would have been so perfectly timed. But yeah, we're gonna go raid. I found someone, Jalket. I don't know if that's how you say it, but we're gonna go raid them. They are on session 7. They're D&D now, so let's go say hi to them. Thank you everyone for hanging out with us. Mark, it's always awesome to see you and stuff, and thank you for hanging out with us and hitting us with those sick emotes. I know Insomnia and Dirty Rollers dropped by too. I know Sir was hanging out with us for a little bit, but thanks everyone for dropping by. We're gonna go raid, and I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think next week's gonna be pretty busy for us, so you'll see us a bunch, including tomorrow where we should be being ghosts. But yeah, have a wonderful night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out.
We gonna get ghosted.
We're gonna get ghosted. Have a wonderful Sunday. Good night.